Friday, the 21st of June.
Yeah.
Okay. We now come to the Opposition Day motion in the name of the Leader of the Opposition on NHS Dentistry. I inform the House that I have selected the amendments tabled in the name of the Prime Minister. I now call the Shadow Secretary of State, Wes Streeting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a Happy New Year to you. After 14 years of Conservative neglect and mismanagement, NHS Dentistry in England is at its most perilous point in its 75-year history. That is the conclusion of the Nuffield Trust think tank, and who can blame them? 8 in 10 NHS dentists are no longer taking new patients. According to the NHS, no dentists are taking on new adult patients in entire constituencies like Broxtowe, Bolsover, Stoke-on-Trent South and Stroud. 5 million patients tried but failed to get an appointment in the past 2 years. Millions more needed dental care but didn't bother trying to book an appointment because they knew it would be impossible. Tooth decay is now the #1 reason children aged 6 to 10 end up in hospital. And we face the moral outrage of 1 in 10 Brits, 1 in 10, saying they have been forced to attempt dentistry themselves because the NHS wasn't there for them when they needed it. This is Dickensian, DIY dentistry in 21st century Britain. Is there any greater example of the decline this country has been subjected to under the Conservatives? I'll give way to my honourable friend.
May I add Rotherham to that list that my honourable friend is quoting? And let me give you an example of one of my constituents who's been trying for over a year to register with an NHS dentist. He's now had to go private for the consultation, which says your teeth are in very poor condition, most of your remaining teeth decayed and unsavable, all of your teeth except for 2 need extracting. He's been living for over a year on painkillers and soup. I've raised it with the Minister. I've got no satisfaction. This is what Tory Britain is doing to dentistry.
I totally agree with my honourable friend, and we've heard so many heartbreaking stories like the ones she mentions from her own constituency. A service that once was there for all of us when we needed it is almost gone for good. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman to explain why.
Any greater Labour landmine of a legacy than the 2006 contract that they designed that is pulling this down. They need look no further, Mr. Speaker, than their own designs on the NHS, and we're sorting out their mess.
Mr. Speaker, that sound you can hear is the scraping of the barrel. How has he got the brass neck to stand up after 14 years of his party in government and say that a contract that was agreed in 2006 is the problem? If only they had been in government for 14 years to sort it out. And, Mr. Speaker, here's the other rub. We don't pretend that everything was perfect under the last Labour government. In fact, reform of the NHS dentistry contract was in Labour's 2010 manifesto because we recognised that it needed to change. Had we been elected in 2010, we would have delivered. It was also in their 2010 manifesto, it was in their 2015 manifesto, it was probably in the 2017 and 2019 manifestos too, and they haven't delivered. 14 years of Conservative failure. How dare he have the brass neck to stand up and blame someone else? I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. It is of great interest, is it not, that there's not one member of the governing party in Scotland present here for this debate. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that dental services in my constituency in remote Scotland have gone backwards in a big way, and I'm shocked that none of them are here to hear this.
It's deeply disappointing, Mr. Speaker, and let me assure the honourable gentleman that, as with the last Labour government, 13 years that created a rising tide that lifted all ships across the country, so we had an NHS with the shortest waiting times and the highest patient satisfaction in history, so too will the next Labour government deliver that rising tide to benefit people right across the country. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
honourable friend for giving way. The British Dental Association highlight hormonal changes during pregnancy can make gums more vulnerable to plaque, and changes to dietary habits and morning sickness can impact on oral health. After being told of the importance of seeing a dentist after suffering multiple miscarriages, my constituency tells me she's been struggling for 3 years to see a dentist within a 50-mile radius of her home. Dentists said they're going private and only helping with emergencies. Surely this is evidence of a colossal failure of Tory government dental policy, and even the most vulnerable are suffering.
I agree with my honourable friend. In fact, he has the ability as the Labour MP for his Stockton North constituents to speak for his residents. If only other people across the country had MPs standing up for them, because Chris Webb, Labour's candidate in Blackpool South, reported to me that pregnant mothers have been telling him they can't get an NHS dentist despite being entitled to free NHS checkups and treatment. And Alice MacDonald, Labour's candidate in Norwich North, reported to me similar conversations where expectant mothers have told her they have been travelling hundreds of miles to see a dentist, when we know that as pregnant women they need that support probably more than many others. What an indictment of 14 years of Conservative government. I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
Sure. Did you see the report in today's Times that showed that NHS dentists are only performing 75% of the procedures they're contracted to do? In Devon and Cornwall, the worst in the country, in Devon and Somerset, the worst in the country, they are only performing 26.5% and 30% of the procedures they're contracted to. So not only has this government delivered an NHS desert in Devon and Somerset, but they're wasting masses of public money. What's he going to do about it when he's Health Secretary?
Strongly agree with my right honourable friend, and things are so desperate. He mentions particularly the South West, and Devon and Cornwall have been particularly poorly served. Jane Kirkham, Labour's candidate in Truro and Falmouth for this year's general election, reported to me that a local dentist handed their contract back before Christmas, meaning 3,000 people lost their NHS dentist overnight. There are currently no dentists in Truro and Falmouth taking on adult NHS patients. Contract reform is urgent. So where is it? They've had 14 years. Where is the recovery plan the Health Secretary mentions in her amendment? I must make some progress. Turning to other parts of the country, Keir Cousins, Labour's candidate in Great Yarmouth, reported to me he's been running a campaign on the state of dentistry in Great Yarmouth. He's heard heartbreaking stories, broken teeth that are left for months with people in pain, children unable to be seen, at least one person a day going to A&E with dental issues, and people performing DIY dentistry at home after buying kits from Amazon. No one should be doing this, but people are desperate. DIY dentistry doesn't work, and before you know it, people are back in A&E waiting for expensive emergency dental treatment. I've heard similar stories from Kevin Bonavere, Labour's candidate in Stevenage. People turning to DIY, shockingly common, he tells me. No one voted for this. None of the 5 Conservative Prime Ministers, the 7 Conservative Chancellors, or the 8 Conservative Health Secretaries told the public this is what the future held. But that is what they have done to dentistry. It is the way all our public services are going, and it is why the Conservative Party cannot be allowed 5 more years to finish the job. Good wait, honourable gentleman.
Bringing this forward, and what cannot be ignored is the stats from the British Dentistry Association, which says in their survey 41% of practice owners, 38% of associate dentists would like to leave the NHS dentistry as soon as possible. So does the Shadow Minister, and I commend them for bringing this forward, I think it will resonate with many people out there, does the Honourable Member agree with me that with the Chair of the Northern Ireland Dental Practice, that now is the time for funding allocation to pay a better contract, but also to train more dedicated dentists who will commit to the NHS rather than to private practice?
I agree with the honourable gentleman about the urgency of this situation. And there is a different path available to us. We can revive our public services and give our country back what we used to take for granted. Labour's plan would take immediate steps to rescue NHS dentistry, with 700,000 more urgent appointments and recruitment of new dentists in the areas most in need. Our plan would also take the necessary steps to rebuild NHS dentistry over the long term, reforming the dental contract and introducing supervised toothbrushing for 3 to 5-year-olds in primary schools so poor oral health is prevented and demands on the service are reduced. In fact, some of my Labour colleagues aren't even waiting for the general election to start making a difference. In Stroud, Simon Ofer, Labour's candidate there, and himself, a GP, has spearheaded a campaign working with local dentists and the ICB. From opposition, he has more than trebled the number of emergency appointments available each day across Gloucestershire, pioneered a new dental stabilisation scheme for people not known to a local practice, opening up over 130 appointments a week, and introduced supervised toothbrushing in 14 local primary schools. If that's the difference Simon's making in opposition, imagine what Simon will be able to do as a Labour MP working with a Labour government. That government can't come soon enough. Give way to one other friend.
My friend for giving way, and he's making an excellent speech. And would he agree with me and my constituent in Crouch End, who hasn't had a check-up since 2019, that the link between poor oral health and oral cancer, is a very serious one, and this could be contributing to the terrible waiting list problem that we've got with cancer waiting times?
Totally agree with my honourable friend. Prevention is better than cure. It is a truism. It is also the foundation pillar of what will be Labour's 10-year plan for reform and modernisation of our National Health Service. And a part of that plan is before the House today. And members opposite will have to explain to their constituents, only weeks, if not months away from a general election, why they are refusing to support it. The government's amendment to the motion promises that the dental recovery plan is coming soon. But it was due last summer. Now they can't put a date on when the plan will arrive, when it will be implemented, or even what it is. Conservative ministers have taken a look at the state of NHS dentistry, at the millions of people across the country who can't get an appointment to see a dentist, at children in their own constituencies whose teeth are rotting, and their conclusion is, what's the rush? What's the rush? Well, let me tell them why they should get their skates on. A 17-year-old boy in Plymouth had to undergo emergency surgery on an abscess in his mouth last year. He spent 2 months trying to book an NHS dentist. He says he was on hold for about 3 hours a day. According to figures on the NHS website, there are no dentists taking on new NHS patients in the Plymouth Moorview constituency. It was left too late, and when he finally got the healthcare he needed, emergency surgery was required, which has left him scarred for life. In Worthing West, Labour's candidate there, Becky Cooper, told me of an 82-year-old great-grandfather on pension credit who told Becky he won't be going back to the NHS dentist now before he dies. He tried to get an NHS dentist in Worthing, and no one will take him on the NHS to receive low-cost treatment. Dr Becky Cooper also tells me that residents who are in a situation where they can't get a dentist are being told to look for a dentist in Hampshire, over 60 miles away from where they live. Certainly will.
Thank you very much for giving way. On that very important point, a couple moved into my constituency to new housing. They've tried to get an NHS dentist for over a year without any success whatsoever. They've got two options. They either go private or they use their previous dentist, which is 20 miles away. Wholly unacceptable. Will my honourable friend just simply explain how Labour's plan will eradicate this unacceptable issue?
Honourable friend is absolutely right. 700,000 appointments making a difference straight away. Supervised toothbrushing for 3 to 5-year-olds to reduce future demand on NHS services. Reform of the NHS dentistry contract so we can rebuild an NHS dentistry service worthy of the name. That change can't come soon enough.
Absolutely.
Constituent Amy has been in contact with me saying the difficulties her and her 5 children have had getting NHS dentist appointments. She explained that her husband was in the military and therefore they had to move home frequently, and each time they moved they found it harder and harder to get that NHS dentist. Does my honourable friend agree that it is a shameful way to treat those people who have served and given so much to our country?
I agree with my honourable friend, and I'm afraid that when it comes to serving personnel and veterans, there is a gulf between what this government says and promises and what it does. And that's not the only example. One thing that's not in the government's amendment to Labour's motion today is a pledge to protect the NHS dentistry budget, which is odd because the Prime Minister promised to do exactly that 18 months ago. The truth is that the Prime Minister broke that pledge in November when he gave the go-ahead for dentistry underspends to be raided, effectively waving the white flag on the future of the service. Can you believe it? Despite everything we've heard, dentistry underspends, and the Prime Minister thinks that other things are greater priorities than this crisis. And the consequences of that decision are now being felt. The budget in some areas of the country is running out, and dentists are having to stop NHS work for the remainder of the year. It is so deeply frustrating. NHS dentists want to do more NHS work. It is this government that is standing in the way of them. And in its stark report into this crisis, the Nuffield Trust suggested that NHS dentistry may have to be scaled back, only made available to the least well-off. Such an approach would be the end of NHS dentistry as a universal public service. Yet that is exactly the approach this government is piloting in Cornwall. Children, the over 80s, and those with specific health needs are given treatment. Everyone else has to go private or go without. They won't admit it, but this is the future under the Tories. Further neglect, decline, and patients made to go without. And worse still, NHS dentistry is the ghost of Christmas yet to come under the Tories. That's not partisan overreaction on our part. That's according to the lead author of the Nuffield Trust's report, who wrote, and I quote, "For the wider health system, the lessons are troubling. Without political honesty and a clear strategy, the same long-term slide from aspiration to reality could happen in other areas of primary care too." What's happened to NHS dentistry under the Tories is coming to the rest of the NHS if they're given another 5 years. That's not the continuity the country is looking for. They're looking for change with Labour. I'll give way.
My Bath constituency is also described as an NHS dental desert. The only option that people in my constituency have is now to go private. Does he agree, and he has already said it's Dickensian, this is not just a health problem, it's an equalities problem, an issue that the government fails to recognise?
I totally agree with the honourable member. In fact, Claire Hazelgrove, Labour's candidate in Filton and Bradley Stoke, next door to the forthcoming by-election, was telling me about problems in her constituency and that exact challenge of people being left without or having to go private. One patient was told that her dental practice was only now seeing private patients. That same patient cares for her 84-year-old dad with dementia. He needed a tooth removal in order to allow him to eat. His appointment was also cancelled. That is what is happening before our eyes. And what of those who can't afford it? Anna Dixon, Labour's candidate in Shipley, told me of a woman in her town who had been turned away as an NHS patient, couldn't afford to go private, was struggling with pain, it was affecting her eating, and she was at her wit's end. Because if you haven't got the money with the Tories, you haven't got the care. Give way.
And I thank him for mentioning our excellent candidate in Filton and Bradley Stoke, Claire Hazelgrove, who's doing some tremendous work on this. As one of her neighbouring MPs, I've done a survey of my constituents, and we find about 98% of Bristol NHS practices aren't taking on new patients. But one of the issues I've also come across is where even when people do have access to an NHS dentist, they can't afford even those lower fees that are being charged, and they're being removed from the active patient list as a result, and therefore losing their access to that. Because you can understand, during the cost of living crisis, you might delay for a few months paying for a checkup because there's so many other pressing demands on your budgets.
I totally agree. And I don't think we should be complacent about this as a country. The NHS is already becoming a two-tier healthcare system, where those who can afford to go private are paying, and the rest are left with an increasingly poor service for poor people. And members opposite protest now, but they admit their goals once they leave the Department for Health and Social Care. The Health Secretary's predecessors may not have said it when they were sat in her seat at the dispatch box, but as soon as they were out the door of the department, the Right Honourable Member for West Suffolk and the Right Honourable Member for Bromsgrove said what they really believe, that patients should be charged for GP appointments. Well, why stop there with this Conservative philosophy? Why not go further? This is the future for the health service if the Conservative Party is given another 5 years. This is the risk facing patients across the country, and that is the choice facing voters at the next general election. Further neglect, mismanagement and decline under the Conservatives, or change with Labour and a decade of national renewal. And on NHS dentistry, the need for change couldn't be clearer. By the Conservative Party's own admission, they don't have a plan, just a vague promise of one coming in the future. All they do have is a record of 14 years of failure. And if we stick to the current path, full universal access to NHS dentistry may be gone for good. The party opposite may be happy to wave goodbye to this vital public service, but that is not the Labour way. With Labour, there is a clear plan with immediate steps to tackle the crisis and long-term reform to rebuild dentistry. More appointments, more dentists, more support for children, and long-term reform to put the service on a sustainable footing. Paid for by abolishing the non-dom tax status. Because on this side of the House, we believe that people who live and work in Britain should pay their taxes here too. It doesn't matter whether they live on Downing Street or any other street. If you make your money here in Britain, you should pay your taxes here too.
He's made an excellent speech. Abby Len, in my constituency, has contacted over 30 dental practices, and not one is accepting her and her one-year-old child who desperately needs dental treatment. Is it not the case that we now need to reform the system so the local commissioners can ensure that dental commissioning is happening in local areas where there is need, not just this patchwork system where dentists are fleeing because it's not paying well enough?
I totally agree. And the tragedy is, if we look at the system as a whole and we think about the pressures the whole system's under, if we got NHS dentistry right, we would not only be saving patients untold pain, we would be saving the NHS money. Because as Lucy Rigby reported to me, Labour's candidate in Northampton North, in 2022, tooth decay forced 625 of her local patients to A&E. Worse for them, more expensive for the taxpayer. And if honourable members disagree with charging non-doms their fair share, maybe they could explain in their own contributions why they disagree. I'm sure that their constituents would love to hear their defence of the non-doms, and we would be happy to give them space on Labour leaflets to quote their arguments back at them and let the public decide. And I would particularly like to know why the Prime Minister is so wedded to this tax break for the wealthiest. And while members opposite are set to oppose Labour's rescue motion today, I understand that our plan on supervised toothbrushing for 3 to 5-year-olds has received an endorsement from an unlikely source. On his podcast, the former Conservative Chancellor George Osborne said, and I quote, "That really is the nanny state in action." Now, coming from a Chancellor who introduced the sugar tax, I am sure George meant this as a compliment. But of course, members opposite may not see it the same way, just as they don't agree with Labour's proposal to phase out smoking for children. But don't worry, we've got the Prime Minister's back on that one. It's, after all, our proposal. But I ask those who attack our plan as nanny state, what is the alternative? If a child can't see a dentist, if their parents won't do the responsible thing and make sure they clean their teeth, then should we just shrug our shoulders and do nothing while children's teeth rot? And the problem for the small status opposite too is this. Too many children today are not cleaning their teeth are rotting, and they end up having them pulled out in hospital. Worse for them, more expensive for the taxpayer. Last year, the NHS spent £80 million on teeth extraction. Toothbrushing in schools would cost a fraction of that. Yet the Conservatives choose to waste taxpayers' money, burning through taxpayers' cash on the altar of ideological dogma, putting children through unnecessary misery because it fits their confused ideology. This is the irony of the party opposite. They say they believe in a small state and low taxes, yet they have left our country with the highest tax burden since the 1950s. The NHS receives £169 billion a year, yet it is going through the biggest crisis in its history. Because they don't understand that prevention is better than cure, because they have refused to undertake meaningful reform, because they treat taxpayers' money with utter carelessness and contempt. And so they have left us with an NHS that gets to people too late, delivering worse care for patients at greater cost to the taxpayer. We are paying more and getting less. That's Tory Britain. No wonder Tory candidates are so worried. In fact, before this debate, Mr. Speaker, I happened upon a letter on Facebook from the Honourable Member for Darlington, who's happily in his place. He says, and I quote, I was shocked. Well, first of all, he talks about the state of dentistry in his constituency. We obviously agree with them there. And then he says, I was shocked to learn at the end of last year that little to no progress has been made by the Health Board in our region, who are responsible for commissioning this service to you. I have today, he doesn't say this, but let's assume it was anticipation of Labour's motion, which he's going to vote against because the whip's been cracked. He says, I've written today to the Chief Executive following on from the meetings I had last year and will be raising this issue in today's dentistry debate in the House of Commons. What this is, and what voters will see it for, is just one of no doubt what will be other countless examples of Tory MPs and Tory ministers, after 14 years of their failure in mismanagement, pointing the finger of blame at someone else, hoping that voters in Darlington and elsewhere will blame local NHS managers, local NHS commissioners for 14 years of failure. If it is really the case that it's his ICB that's to blame, and that's why people in Darlington can't get a dentist, then why are people struggling in Newcastle-under-Lyme? Why are they struggling in Northampton North? Why are they struggling in Shipley? Why are they struggling in Filton and Bradley Stoke? Why are they struggling in Worthing West, in Stroud, in Stevenage, in Great Yarmouth, in Truro and Falmouth, in Blackpool South, in Stockton West, in every other constituency in the country? Stop blaming other people for your government's failures. I'll give them...
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I appreciate that he did give me notice that he was going to mention my constituency. What he failed to do in his contribution is read out the letter in full, and he has also not anticipated the full content of my speech, which does highlight all of the work that has been going on by myself in my constituency to tackle the failure by the ICB to deliver the missing contract.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, I can quote the full letter. It doesn't help him. He misses the fundamental point. This isn't a failure in Darlington. This isn't just a problem even in the north-east of England. It's the south-west of England. It's the south-east of England. It's the West Midlands. It's the East Midlands. It's the north-west. It's Cumbria. It's right across the country. In fact, even in London, my city, which has the best NHS dentistry provision in the country, so much for levelling up, it is still in a poor condition. And that is why people in Darlington are looking to Labour, and I hope Lola McAvoy to take responsibility, show some leadership, back good Labour policies and rescue NHS dentistry in Darlington. That general election can't come soon enough. And, Mr Speaker, the choice is clear. Under the Tories, NHS dentistry is dying a slow death. The only chance for survival is change with Labour. Labour's plan will deliver 700,000 more dental appointments a year for those most in need. New dentists recruited to dental deserts where there isn't a single dentist taking on new patients. Toothbrushing in primary school for 3 to 5-year-olds to promote good health and prevent demand on the NHS. And reform of the dental contract after 14 years of failure, so that once again every patient who needs a dentist can get one. Politics is about choices. Labour chooses to rescue NHS dentistry, not give the wealthiest a tax break. Labour's plan is fully costed, fully funded and will make a real difference to people across the country. The Tories have left our country toothless. Labour will give our country its smile back and give its NHS back too.
Yeah! The question is, as on the order paper, I now call the Secretary of State, Victoria Atkins, to move Amendment A.
Well, Mr Speaker, may I say what a pleasure it is to update the House on the work this government is doing to strengthen NHS dentistry across the country, and I beg to move the amendment in my name on the order paper. We are reforming our NHS and social care system to make it faster, simpler and fairer. Dentistry is a vital part of our NHS, and improving dentistry is one of my top priorities. Now, the honourable gentleman represents a deeply urban seat, and so I am pleased that he's presented me with an excuse to boast about the fact that I represent, and am very proud to represent, a rural and coastal constituency, which is why fairness is one of my 3 priorities for our NHS, because I know the challenges that rural and coastal communities face when it comes to accessing an NHS dentist appointment, or the disparities in health that we see between rural and coastal communities and those in city centres. And I'm going to come on to some statistics in a moment. I am determined to fix these issues and to fix the other problems facing NHS dentistry, so that anyone who needs to can always see an NHS dentist no matter where they live in the country. And indeed, one of my very first acts as Secretary of State was to respond to the Health and Social Care Committee's recommendations on dentistry. We agreed to the majority of their recommendations, and we stand firmly behind the ambition that NHS dentistry should be accessible and available for all those who need it. I'm going to make a little bit of progress, and I promise I will give way. Now, Mr Speaker, the whole House understands that the pandemic placed a long and heavy burden on NHS dentistry. And I hear the groans from opposite, but they cannot ignore the fact that some 7 million people did not come forward for appointments during that long period of the pandemic because dentists had to shut, and we were unable to accommodate those needs within the system because of the very severe strictures we were all placed under as a society. We shepherded the sector through the pandemic with £1.7 billion of direct support to compensate for NHS activity that could not be delivered. And as we recover, give me a moment, from the pandemic, there are no quick fixes. But our recovery is well underway. And I'm just going to give the latest statistics, because the honourable gentleman missed them out in his speech. This government delivered 6 million more courses of NHS dentistry treatment in 2022-23 compared to the previous year. In the 2 years to June 2023, the number of adults seeing a dentist increased by 1.7 million compared to the previous year. And 800,000 more children saw a dentist in the year to June 2023. Now, the members opposite can't have it both ways, because as I was reading out those statistics, they were saying, oh yes, but you can't compare it because it's close, it's the pandemic. That's the point. People did not come forward during the pandemic. We must all know this from our own constituencies. And so there is that backlog that dentists around the country are having to work through, and they are making progress. I will give way, in fairness, I will give way to the Honourable Lady there first, and then the Honourable Lady there. She came first.
Grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. Like her, I represent a rural community. And the reason that dentists are handing their NHS contracts back where I live is that they can't recruit another dentist to come and help them. They haven't had a day off, they can't meet their commitments under their contract, and they can't recruit. They've offered 25% golden handshakes, and they haven't been able to get somebody to come and work with them. What is she going to do to recruit the dentists that we need to see the people in dental deserts like North Shropshire?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. I'm going to come on to the point about the long-term workforce plan, because this I've explained, both in relation to dentistry but also wider healthcare. The long-term workforce plan, which was asked for by NHS England and by clinicians, is the answer to laying those foundations for the future of the NHS. I'm going to give way to the lady over there and then to the Honourable Gentleman, my honourable friend, sorry.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. I wanted to intervene on this point she's making about the pandemic, because in Wallasey, in my constituency, many people were actually thrown off their dentists' lists during the pandemic, often with no notice, and then they find they can't register anywhere else. And that is what happened in the pandemic, I believe, all over the country. So can the Minister explain what she's going to do about that? Because it wasn't that people weren't visiting, they were denied access.
The Honourable Lady raises a really interesting and important point, because, of course, dentists are independent contractors to the NHS. And so I have to work with the levers I have available to me. We have already invested £1.7 billion, as I say, to try to help with the recovery. And the House, I hope, will look forward to our dentistry recovery plan when it comes to other ways in which we can improve that. But just a moment, I'm going to give way to my honourable friend first and then the honourable gentleman. But this is the important point, that because they're independent contractors, we must work with the dentistry profession to encourage them back to the NHS to offer these services we all want to see. My honourable friend, and then I'll give way to the Shadow Minister.
I'm extremely grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Isn't the root of the problem the contracts which the NHS has with dentists? And the roots of that, of course, lie with the previous government, a Labour government, rather as the GP contract. Right. So doesn't she need to revisit the genesis of this problem, as well as training more dentists here in the UK?
May I thank my right honourable friend, and indeed my friend, my Lincolnshire neighbour, who knows as well as I do the pressures that we face with the ensuring that our constituents get the same quality of care that we expect across England. He is right to point to this point of the badly drafted, I would argue, contract in 2006, but he also, I think, touches upon the complexity of finding systems that will work better. And I can't wait to get on to my part of the speech that's going to deal with the honourable gentleman's suggestions. But first of all, I'm going to allow him to intervene on me, because I enjoy this back and forth.
So do I. She's far more entertaining than her predecessor. Can I just press her on this? So she paints this picture of improvement. So how does she explain the story in the Times which shows NHS dentistry is now falling in 23-24 compared with 22-23 in terms of activity? Isn't it the case that things are going backwards rather than forwards? How does she explain that? And when are we going to see her plan?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising that, because the latest statistics that I have available to me is that 18.1 million adults were seen by an NHS dentist in the 24 months up to the 30th of June 2023, which is an increase of 10%. What does that mean in reality? That means a further 1.7 million adults seen compared to the previous year. And with children, I know that we're all concerned about the health of children, some 6.4 million children were seen by an NHS dentist in the 12 months up to the 30th of June 2023, which is an increase of 14%. Again, in real terms, that means an increase of 800,000 children compared to the previous year. And so I accept, of course, that there is more to do, and we will be setting this out in our dental recovery plan shortly. But this isn't just about big numbers. The Honourable Gentleman asked me when shortly is, and as he knows full well, I'm not taking more interventions for a moment. Shortly is a little shorter than in due course and a little longer than imminently. But we have introduced several simple and effective measures to improve the nation's dental health. The Health and Care Act made it simpler to expand water fluoridation schemes because raising the fluoride level up to 1 milligram per litre is a straightforward way to prevent tooth decay. It has proven effective in parts of England as well as in Canada, the United States, Ireland and Australia, and the Chief Medical Officer has concluded that there is a strong basis of scientific evidence that water fluoridation can drive down the prevalence of tooth decay. I will give way to my honourable gentleman and then I'm going to return to fluoridation.
Secretary of State for giving way, and I congratulate her on the progress that is being made and obviously recognise that there is more to be done. But I rather wonder if she'll help me ask the Shadow Minister to correct the record, because he said that in 2010 and 2015 Labour had a plan for dental practices. There is no mention in the Labour manifesto. I will come back to this place and correct it in those manifestos. He is out there stating that Labour has had a plan for dental recovery since 2010 manifestos. They are not in there.
My goodness me, my honourable friend has identified a cavity in the Shadow Minister's so-called plans. I'm going to make some progress because I'm very pleased that subject to a public consultation which will be published shortly, we have secured funding to expand water fluoridation schemes across the north-east of England. And the honourable gentleman may be interested to know why we have identified the north-east, given that he's read so many constituency names out in his speech. The north-east was chosen because natural fluoride levels are among the lowest in the country, and the proportion of 5-year-olds with teeth extracted for tooth decay is amongst the highest. And so we have wanted to address that very real health inequality to ensure that more than 1.6 million people in that area can benefit from this expansion, subject, as I say, to a public consultation. Mr. Speaker, supervised toothbrushing it has been raised, and indeed that has been proven to drive down oral health inequalities, and that's why we have already introduced a toolkit that local authorities are using to introduce supervised toothbrushing across schools, nurseries and family hubs. And we've been clear that we want to see this happening in more areas. And again, I would encourage any colleague who is concerned about this to, rather than wait for some mythical date in the future, ask our local authorities, are they using these toolkits because they are freely available and they can and should put them in place. I give way to the Honourable Lady and then I'll make some.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving away, and she quite rightly talks about prevention. But what about the opposite, where rates of oral cancer have gone up because prevention hasn't been in place? And what assessment has she made? And if she doesn't have the data to hand, would she write to me with the assessment that the Department of Health has made between the link of failure on prevention and cancer?
I thank the Honourable Lady, and I particularly thank her for the constructive tone in which she raises that intervention, because she is right. Of course, this isn't simply about the teeth health, if you like. It's also about those conditions that dentists check up, probably without anyone realising quite that they're doing so. In terms of the figures, I will, if I may, take her up on her invitation to write to her. But this is why we are looking, as I say, at health inequalities across the country, but also importantly, we are focusing and encouraging dentists to re-register with the NHS if they have left the NHS, because it is so vital for much wider health conditions, in addition to the pain and the discomfort that tooth decay can bring. I'm going to give way. No, I won't. I'm going to give way to my honourable friend, and then I'm going to make some more progress.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. She referred to leavers, and one of the issues facing recruitment in North West Norfolk is the time involved in getting onto the NHS performers list. So newly in post, will she look at that issue and bring forward proposals as part of the plan to speed up that process and boost recruitment?
Extremely grateful to my honourable friend. Again, it shows the level of detail that colleagues on this side of the House have gone into in trying to address the concerns, the very understandable concerns that local NHS providers are raising. I will look into that. I'm very keen, my 3 words, faster, simpler, fairer. I want to make it as simple as possible for dentists to rejoin and join the NHS. But there is more on that in a little while in my speech. And so, as I've already said, the choice of whether patients are offered NHS exams and treatment is with the dentists who are independent contractors to the NHS. But as well as making simple, common-sense changes, in July 2022, we announced a package of far-reaching reforms to make NHS work more attractive to dentists. We have created more bans for units of dental activity so that dentists are properly rewarded for taking on more complex care, and the best-performing practices can see more NHS patients. Previously, regardless of the amount of time dentists took on each patient, they received the same payment for every individual treatment package in Band 2, which covers fillings and tooth extraction. Perversely, this meant they received the same payment for doing 1 filling as for 3 fillings. This left many dentists unable to afford to take on patients who had not seen a dentist for a long time and therefore needed extensive treatment. This needed to be put right for the sake of patients and also for the sake of dentists. And so, thanks to our reforms, dentists now receive 5 units of dental activity when they treat 3 or more teeth, which is a significant increase from the old maximum of 3. And root canal treatment on molar teeth is now rewarded with 7 units of dental activity as opposed to 3, meeting one of the British Dental Association's key demands. We also recognise the barriers too many communities faced when accessing NHS dentistry, with people left phoning around practices to see who was taking on NHS patients. This is why we have made it a contractual requirement for dentists to update the NHS website regularly, making it clear whether their practices are taking on new patients, as well as explaining the services they offer, thus making it easier for patients to find a dentist that can deliver the care they need. These reforms have improved access to dentistry and ensured the system better supports dentists and their teams, and this is why they were well received by dentists, their representatives and patient groups across England, with Health Watch's national director recognising that these reforms show government listening to patients and taking action, and these reforms can help ensure dental care is accessible and affordable to everyone who needs it. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank her for giving way, and I'm pleased to hear about some of the reforms that we have raised in this chamber many times, particularly around changing the dental contracts and the unit of dental activity. But can I raise another point? Under official workplace data, dentists who do just 1 NHS checkup a year are counted the same as an NHS full-timer. Does she recognise that this is a problem because this workplace data actually hides the scale of the problem?
I'm extremely grateful to the Honourable Lady, and she makes a fair point about measuring within the system how much work NHS doctors are doing. As I say, we are looking at all of this through the work that we're doing on the dentistry recovery plan, and I again want to make it as simple as possible for dentists to become registered with the NHS to continue offering the care that we all want them to. And so I'm grateful to her for her intervention. Now, earlier, the Labour front bench set out, I'm going to plough on, I'm afraid. The Labour front bench, perhaps not understanding that they were doing so, genuinely set out a philosophical difference between our two parties on how to grow the economy. As our economy grows, we on this side of the House want to attract the best and the brightest from around the world to work in our NHS, to work in our tech sector, to work in our life sciences industry, to work in our movie industry, which we may know just filmed Barbie this year, and many other industries that are thriving. Labour, however, apparently wants to shut the door through taxing such people on earnings they make outside the UK. I speak, of course, of the non-domiciled tax status. Now, if I may correct the honourable gentleman, because I appreciate he hasn't spent any time on the Treasury front bench, last year alone, non-domiciled taxpayers paid £8 billion in UK taxes on their UK earnings. That is equivalent to more than 230,000 nurses. Labour wants to put that at risk and put the UK at a disadvantage in the highly paid, highly competitive, highly mobile international labour market. And so this really is yet another branch of the magic money tree that Labour has always been looking for, to which they apparently want to add £28 billion a year of taxes or increased borrowing and increased inflation. In 2022, how they want to spend this money is interesting as well, because in 2022, Labour promised that their non-domiciled taxation would fund a workforce plan. Last September, it became breakfast club meals. Then by October, it had morphed into 2 million hospital appointments and MRI and CT scanners. Now, apparently, it's funding a dentistry plan. And so one wonders how all of these magic branches on the magic money tree are going to add up to all of the promises made so far. I'm going to resist only because I'm going to ask him to intervene on me in a moment. Be careful what he wishes for. I also noticed that the honourable member for Ilford North talked about reform of the dental contract, but did not give any detail. Now, government is not as easy as selling a book. It cannot be cut and pasted from Wikipedia, as some on the Labour front bench seem to like to do. It's about being clear on what you would do differently. Now, Labour in Wales is, of course, running the Welsh NHS. They do like to do things differently. People are almost twice as likely to be waiting for health treatment as in England. Most certainly.
May I thank the Minister? The Leader of the Opposition states that the Labour government in Wales is a blueprint for what Labour can do in the UK. Now, given that 97% of high street dentists in Wales state that Labour's reforms are not working, does the Minister agree that NHS Dentistry is being destroyed by Labour in Wales? And if Wales is their blueprint for UK dentistry, we should all be very, very afraid.
May I thank my honourable friend, who of course represents a Welsh constituency, and if I understood her correctly as well, I think the chair of the British Dental Association wrote to the Welsh Government, the Labour Welsh Government, complaining about their plan and using words, I understand, such as the toxic mix of underinvestment and untested targets. And so the picture in Wales, if it is indeed the blueprint that the the Leader of the Opposition paints it as being, that picture in Wales is not perhaps as convincing as the Labour front bench would have us believe. And the fundamental difference between the system that is in existence at the moment in England and that of Labour is that Welsh Labour has a list system for dentistry, sometimes called a capitated system. And I note he didn't explain in his speech whether he intends to adopt that scheme. And I'm very willing to give way to him now for him to clarify whether that is the system he wants to bring in.
I can't believe this is meant to be her big gotcha, Madam Deputy Speaker. She can't even tell us when she's bringing forward her plan, let alone what's in it, and they've had 14 years to come up with one. This is absolutely astonishing. As much as I enjoy these kind of partisan knockabouts across the dispatch box, I think the sight of the Health Secretary giggling and laughing at her own jokes will be of small comfort to people who are literally pulling their own teeth out.
Sorry, OK, so just to cut through all the froth, the honourable gentleman has not, in fact, answered my invitation. Does he wish to have a capitated list system as they have in Wales, or does he have other plans? Please, could he answer it?
Well, like any responsible government would, we will consult with the dentistry profession, with the BDA, and come up with a serious programme for dentistry reform. But I say to her, if she wants to ask me the questions and have me answer them, call a general election, I'll happily oblige.
So again, cutting through the froth, the honourable gentleman has called this debate. He has not set out his plan. And he knows full well, it's an opposition debate. It's an opposition debate. I am responding to the Labour motion with an amendment. He has no plan on dentistry. And when I asked him to clarify whether he is following the capitated system in Wales, he has declined to answer. And I assume that is because he knows that we have tested a prototype system based on a capitation approach here in England. And the results from that, this is the system that we see in Wales, the results from that prototype system were clear. It worsened access and it widened oral health inequalities. Now, the honourable gentleman quoted the Nuffield Trust in his opening statement. In his opening statement, and he laid great emphasis on that. I assume, given he agrees so much with the Nuffield Trust report, does he also agree with the former chief executive of the Nuffield Trust, who said his ideas on general practice represent, and I quote, an out-of-date view, and I quote, would cost a fortune. It's becoming increasingly clear that what the Labour Party's approach to our NHS is some empty words about reform, followed by the phrase, funded by non-doms. Now, we in this country, and indeed on this side of the House, are very lucky, and we consider ourselves blessed, to have incredible dentists working across the NHS. Again, some facts for the members opposite. There are now 1,352 more dentists working in the NHS than 14 years ago, thanks to the stewardship of the NHS by this Conservative government. I want to thank them and their colleagues for everything they do, and we are backing them to build a brighter future for NHS dentistry by taking concrete steps to improve recruitment and retention. That is why our long-term workforce plan, the first in NHS history, will expand dentistry training places by 40%, providing more than 1,100 places by 2031, which will be the highest level on record of any government. And over the same period, this government's plan will also increase training places for dental therapists and hygiene professionals to more than 500. The importance of the long-term workforce plan to dentistry's future was recognised across the sector, and Professor Kirsty Hill, who is the chair of the Dental Schools Council, backed our plan, saying that expansion is a significant and positive development, and we commend the government for recognising the importance of increasing dental hygiene and dental therapist positions. These roles play a vital part in enhancing capacity and improving care. I will give way to the lady at the back first, and then to the lady there.
The Health Secretary. I have to say I find it absolutely extraordinary that the Health Secretary was lecturing the Shadow Health Secretary about calling a debate to hold this government to account. 12 million people are not able to access dental care, including thousands in my Oldham constituency. You are the government, unless you want to call a general election.
The honourable lady knows she must not refer directly.
I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, she was raising her voice at me. It wasn't actually me that heckled her in that way, although I recognise the passion she brings to her intervention, and simply make the point that this is an opposition debate. The honourable gentleman on the front bench, understandably, it is his job, set out some of his plans, and I was merely questioning him as to the detail of those plans, and sadly he was not able to provide them. But in terms of the long-term workforce plan, it is not only about training more staff, it will also deliver value for hard-working taxpayers. Currently, around a third of dentists do not carry out any NHS work. This simply is not fair on the taxpayers who fund their training. That is why, through the long-term workforce plan, we're exploring introducing a tie-in period that encourages dentists to spend a minimum proportion of their time delivering NHS care after they graduate. We have also made it easier for experienced dentists from around the world to come to the UK to ply their trade, something apparently the members opposite don't agree with. Just last year, we brought forward legislation that gives the General Dental Council greater flexibility as they administer the overseas registration exam. Government also welcomes their decision to triple the capacity of the next 3 sittings of the ORE Part 1 exam from August last year, as well as increasing the number of sittings of the second part of the exam from 3 to 4, creating an additional 1,300 places. Ministers will continue to meet with the GDC to discuss how we can make these flexibilities as effective as possible and get more dentists into the NHS workforce delivering care for patients. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady there and then to my Honourable friend.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. I think it's worth repeating that the Nuffield Trust have warned that the NHS dentistry is at its most perilous point in its 75-year history. Yeah. And that goes alongside recent Health Watch polling that suggests that 1 in 10 people in England have ended up paying for private dental treatment in the last 12 months because they could not find an NHS dentist. And this has been the same in my constituency, with the majority of dental surgeries not taking on new patients. Can the Secretary of State explain how on earth things have got this bad?
Yeah. I trust that the Honourable Lady has been listening to the whole of this debate, because I have set this out in some detail at the beginning of my speech. I'm not going to repeat the impact of the pandemic, but I do hope that she is taking on board the £1.7 billion of investment, which has already seen an increase, sizable increases in the number of adults and the number of children being treated through the NHS for their dentistry needs. But also, as I say, I do not stand here pretending that that this is the end, the full stop to the sentence, if you like. We have a plan, we will be publishing it, and I will very much look forward to this debate when that plan is published, because I suspect there will be, it will be welcomed across the House. I give way to my right honourable friend.
Can I thank my right honourable friend and comment on a powerful speech that she's giving, but can I just ask, in relation to the plan when it's published, and particularly the elements of improving financial incentives for NHS dentists and support for practices to take on new patients, to what extent will she and will it take on board high operating costs and indeed high costs of living in areas where there's high demand for NHS dentistry but the cost of living are very high?
Well, may I thank my right honourable friend for his intervention. And of course, he knows very much in his own constituency. I can imagine that those are very pressing concerns. One of the very important priorities behind the dental recovery plan work is exactly that, addressing health inequalities. And although I have spoken about rural and coastal areas from a constituency perspective, we do of course also understand that there are differing cost of living pressures in different parts of the country, and I do think that's a really important point he makes about the cost for NHS dentists operating in very, very expensive parts of the country, such as I suspect his constituency, and I thank him for that. Now, in terms of the workforce, our workforce is not just made up of dentists. Dental care in England could not function without the vital contribution of dental and orthodontic therapists, dental hygienists, dental nurses and clinical dental technicians. We recognise the importance of harnessing the skills and knowledge of all of these professionals. They can support dentists to carry out first-class care, and we must empower them to take on more responsibility and to work at the top of their licences. That is why last year we issued guidance to NHS practices supporting them to make the most of everyone in the dental team and make a difference to patient care. Since then, NHS England has made clear that dental therapists and dental hygienists can provide patients with direct care, provided they are appropriately qualified, competent and indemnified. And we have run a consultation to enable dental therapists and hygienists to deliver more treatments. This will boost access to care for patients and support dentists, and we will be setting out our next steps shortly. I'm very very conscious that the opposition will want time today, so I'm going to bring my remarks to a close. It is my mission as Health and Social Care Secretary to build an NHS that is faster, simpler and fairer. I include, of course, dentistry in that work. We have taken the long-term decisions that will improve access to dental care and delivering 6 million more courses of treatment, expanding dentistry training places by 40%, and making it easier for patients to find a dentist to deliver the care they need is just some of the ways in which we are going to achieve this. And of course, we must make sure that dentists are properly rewarded for all the work they do. And through our soon-to-be-published Dentistry Recovery Plan, we will go further to make NHS dentistry accessible and available for everyone who needs it, no matter where they call home in this great country. Thank you.
The original question was as on the order paper, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the original words stand part of the question. Colleagues will see that this is a very well subscribed debate, so I am going to put an immediate time limit on, which I hope will allow everybody to have roughly the same amount of time. That time limit will be 6 minutes, and I've been able to tell the first two speakers that I'm doing that. Gill Furniss.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The crisis in the NHS dentistry is plain to see and is affecting so many of my constituents of Sheffield, Brightside and Hillsborough. I am therefore grateful for this opportunity to shed light on the emergency and support Labour's plan to rebuild our broken dentistry. People are finding it impossible to find an NH dentist for themselves and their children, leading to serious consequences to public health. This is also exacerbating health inequalities and creates a divide between those who can afford private dentistry and those who cannot. The proportion of children with dental decay in the most deprived areas is over 2.5 times greater than in the least deprived areas, and the gap is widening. This has led to a public health crisis. 169 children each day are undergoing tooth extraction, and rotting teeth is the #1 cause of hospital admissions, shockingly among 6 to 10-year-olds. 1 in 10 people have even attempted their own DIY dentistry. We know this doesn't work, it just does damage and puts even more pressure on the NHS. This reads like a Charles Dickens novel, but it is the harsh reality of 14 years of Conservative government. Nowhere is this more apparent than in my constituency. Of the 7 dental surgeries which recently provided an update, not a single one was accepting a new adult patients. Only 1 was accepting new child patients. Whilst these figures are appalling, they are not surprising. I am regularly contacted by my constituents who are not able to find an NH dentist and cannot afford to go privately. They ask me, what am I supposed to do? And without radical reform, there is no answer I can give them. We often talk about crumbling dental services, but in my constituency, they have already crumbled. The services simply are not there for the people who need them the most. One of my constituents has contacted over 25 dentists in Sheffield, and each one has told her the same thing. They are not accepting new NHS patients at this time. The best she has been offered is to be put on a waiting list, which could last years. She cannot afford to go private, so she and her young child are stuck without any access to a dentist at all. We've also seen the provision of community dental services grind to a halt. These services are a vital safety net, providing specialised treatment when other dentists can't accommodate the needs of disabled people and people with long-term health conditions. But this safety net is no longer there for all too many people. Research shows that over 12,000 children nationally are on waiting lists for community dental services at the start of 2023 and could face waits of up to 80 weeks for tooth extractions. Health Watch has heard from many people and their carers who cannot access community dentistry, leaving them without treatment. Madam Deputy Speaker, the basic provision of NHS dentistry has been worn away under this government's watch. The warning signs of this crisis have been stark for years, but ministers have continued to bury their heads in the sands. Funding has been cut in real terms, meaning dentists are leaving the NHS in droves, and areas like mine have become dental deserts. It is clear that this government is not willing to provide the radical changes needed to bring NHS dentistry back from the brink. In April last year, ministers promised a new dental recovery plan, but we are still waiting for this to see the light of day. And I would really urge the minister to actually tell us when that is to be, not just say soon. Yeah. Labour has formulated a fully costed plan which will get NHS dentistry back up and running. The best treatment is prevention, and that is why Labour will introduce a targeted supervised toothbrushing scheme for 3 to 5-year-olds, encouraging lifelong good dental hygiene. Labour will also provide an extra 700,000 urgent appointments per year to help the most vulnerable access the services they need, and introduce an incentive scheme to bring more dentists to dental deserts. All of this, I'm proud to say, will be paid by abolishing the non-dom tax status. These tangible steps will bring NHS dentistry back to constituencies like mine, where services have disappeared. Where this government has failed, Labour will step in and help all our constituents access the NHS dentistry they need. I will be proud to support Labour's plan in today's vote and urge all colleagues, including the other side, to vote with us.
Chair of the Health and Social Care Select Committee, Steve Brine.
Last July, the Health Select Committee, which I chair, published an important report, I think, into NHS dentistry, and I urge colleagues to read it if they haven't already. It's been referred to a few times. I would say that the inquiry was more necessary than ever, and I'd actually argue that the issues our constituents face in accessing an NHS dentist right now is a greater challenge for my colleagues on the front bench than a much higher health promise to cut the waiting list that features in the Prime Minister's 5 pledges, because every member faces this challenge. And the Secretary of State is absolutely right in her amendment to reference the pandemic and the massive impact that's had on dentistry. To ignore that is just to ignore basic facts. Now, our committee concluded that NHS dentistry is facing a crisis of access, and that is now obviously no understatement, and that resulting in a decline in oral health. That report was described by the British Dental Association as and I quote, an instruction manual to save NHS dentistry. And it sets out, based on the evidence, and I stress that word, the evidence, that we received as a cross-party committee on what the government should do to address the crisis. I want to thank the Secretary of State for coming before us just before Christmas and for ensuring that we received a formal response to our report, albeit a few weeks later than I would have liked. The Labour motion that is on the order paper today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I mean, it contains some pretty reasonable parts. I think that is perfectly obvious that there is some people resorting to DIY dentistry. That is a fact. It is a fact that some people are attending A&E as a result of dental challenges. The 700,000 urgent appointments a year that the opposition talk about, I mean, the reason I can't support the amendment is because I hear no detail as to how. I hear no detail particularly as to who these dentists are that are going to fulfil all of these appointments, and I certainly hear no explanation as to when. The recruit new dentists to the areas most in need part, well, yes, but as the Secretary of State referred to in her opening remarks, we're increasing dentistry training places by 40% as part of the NHS long-term workplace plan. The biggest expansion of places on record is important, and I think it should be recognised, as it was at least the government dispatch box earlier on today. Now, going back to our inquiry, during evidence, the then Parliamentary Under-Secretary, my honourable friend who sits for Harborough, described the government's ambition for NHS dentistry as, and I quote, "We do want everyone who needs one to be able to access an NHS dentist." Absolutely. Now, the government welcomed this ambition, but the committee welcomed this ambition, but if I'm honest, we were surprised by it. What I would ask, in the most optimistic reading of the reality on the ground, leads the new ministerial team to believe that is a deliverable. And indeed, my first ask of the Minister in her summing up is whether she would repeat that as her predecessor did. Don't get me wrong, Madam Deputy Speaker, I absolutely believe that everyone should be able to access an NHS dentist when they need one, wherever they live. I just question right now, given the reality of where we are, whether that's possible. Now, in our report, we asked the government to set out how they intend to realise that ambition and what the timeline will be for delivery as a matter of urgency. They accepted the recommendation, but the detail, as we have heard, is at the moment still lacking. Now is the time, please. Let me just touch on the dental contract. It's right to recognise that action has been taken. Some initial changes were made to the dental contract in July 2022, and we have had assurances of quite fundamental reform by the then Minister and again by his successor, the new Dental Minister, who's on the Treasury bench. My committee believes a fundamental reform contract must be implemented at the earliest possible stage, and this has to represent a full move away from the current system of units of dental activity, the UDAs, in favour of a weighted capitation-based system, which provides financial incentives for seeing new patients and those with the greatest dental need, in turn prioritising prevention and person-centred care. I think failure to do so risks more dentists stopping NHS work or not starting it, and exacerbating the issues that my constituents are experiencing in accessing care. My dentist recently gave up NHS work, as I've said in the House before. I know that it was a big emotional decision for her to stop doing that. Any reform to the contract now is too late for her. So the opposition, and indeed the government, have got to work out how they're going to get people to come back to NHS dentistry and to reform the contract to stop more accessing the exit door. It's not just about contract reform. Workforce reform is greatly important. We didn't get sufficient acknowledgement of the lack of accurate data about the dental workforce in our report. Could ministers please revisit that? There were so many other recommendations. I don't have time to go into them all today, but the report is there available, as is the government's response. The Secretary of State has made a good start, and she said that she's begun laying the foundations of change, and I'm encouraged by that. But as we've heard, there is still no date for the publication of the Dental Recovery Plan. To my committee's continued frustration, it has to be said. If we don't solve this crisis, then we are going to continue to hear about this in the House, and we're going to continue to hear about it from constituents. It also places additional pressures on already stretched NHS services. So today is too late for some dentists thinking of leaving, and for some patients who've run out of options. We need a short-term set of actions to help our constituents suffering real pain today, and obviously we need that fully reformed dental recovery plan hot on its heels. There can't be any further delay. Thank you.
Judith Cummins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Nuffield Trust recently announced that universal NHS dentistry was gone for good without radical action. 90% of practices across the UK are no longer accepting new NHS patients. Because 14 years of this Conservative government has brought about the decay of our vital NHS dental healthcare services. And so now is the time for a clear strategy. Now is the time for a recommitment to the future of a universal NHS dental service. And now is the time for a government which is determined to provide the care that people across this country and their children deserve. The crisis of NHS dentistry has been entirely predictable. In fact, I've been at the forefront of these predictions over many, many years. Just last year in a debate I led in this place, I described the path of NHS dentistry as a slow-motion car crash. And in 2016, I warned of a mounting crisis and drew the government's attention to a report warning that half of dentists were thinking of leaving the NHS. In following years, I again warned that the number of dentists intending to leave the NHS was rising even further. And in 2020, after years of repeated warnings, I once again informed the government that those remaining, some 58% of the UK's dentists, were planning on moving away from NHS dentistry within 5 years. Last year, the Minister assured the House that he was planning to publish a plan to reform dentistry, but the limited reforms proposed in July did little but paper over the growing cracks. Over 1,000 dentists have now left the NHS since the pandemic, and the number of treatments being completed each year is now 6 million lower than before the pandemic. And even before the pandemic, access was poor, with only enough dentistry commissioned for around half the population in England. The future as it stands is bleak. A BDA survey shows that 75% of dentists are thinking of reducing their NHS commitments this year. In Bradford, a shocking 445 people had to be treated in hospital for dental-related issues between 2022 and 2023. This can't be the future of NHS dentistry. Extractions and emergency care, but only for those who can't afford private dental care. One dentist in my constituency said, "I've been saying it for years, the NHS dental contract needs fundamental reform. Without immediate action, there will be no universal NHS dentistry." But NHS dentistry is not yet gone for good. This claim would leave swathes of people in this country destined for a future of rotting teeth and poor dental health. We cannot stand by and let the principle of NHS dentistry in this country be eroded. The decline is not irreversible or inevitable, it is a choice. It is indeed a political choice. I know that targeted investment is possible. In 2017, I worked on a project in Bradford with the former Minister for Health, who is in his place, the member for Winchester, who is now chair of the Health and Social Care Select Committee. It was a project that invested £250,000 worth of unused contract clawback in my own constituency of Bradford South and ensured that patients were able to roughly access 3,000 new NHS dental appointments in an area of high proven dental deprivation. Now, whilst this provided a short-term solution, it did not address the wider long-term issue of access to NHS dental care. But we can still save NHS dentistry, but we need a government that is committed to reform and a government that is committed to the NHS. So it is right that the Labour Party put NHS dentistry front and centre alongside plans to build an NHS fit for the future. Labour has committed to provide an extra 700,000 urgent dental appointments and to real reform of the NHS dental contract. As my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, has made clear on so many occasions, healthcare must be as much as about prevention as it is about cure. In 2021-2022, tooth decay was shamefully the most common reason for hospital admission for children between 6 and 10 years old. This country once had a strong school dental service, and with these shocking rates of child tooth decay, it's time to look again at this policy, looking at the role of dental therapists in the NHS. It's the right thing to do to catch up on a generation of lost dental health. Madam Deputy Speaker, NHS dentistry is not gone for good, but it does stand on the edge of a new era. There is one clear solution. The government must recommit to a universal NHS dental service which will care for every person from the cradle to the grave.
Derek Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I listened carefully and with interest to what the Shadow Secretary of State for Health said in his opening remarks. I like the man, but he clearly sees this as a potential political football, which did not come as a surprise to me. But as for me, Madam Deputy Speaker, my interest is in the constituents I represent, and they don't care so much for the bickering between us, but they do care about their oral health. And I'm glad to be speaking have the opportunity to speak in this debate. Every constituent will need, as we've heard, does need in the course of their lives, dental activity. And I've taken a great interest in this, in NHS dentistry, and spoken to hundreds of constituents and several dentists. In fact, dentists over the weekend who don't support Labour's plans and want to see us advance our reform, which I'm glad to hear more about today. I've raised it several times here in the House with two separate Prime Ministers, also in January of 2022, June of 2022, April of 23, September of 23, and with several ministers and the Secretary of State, and including the Minister here today. The Minister's predecessor said it was a priority to increase the number of dentists in specific parts of the country, so the South West was mentioned in particular. And we are seeing some early green shoots appear. But people in the South West in Cornwall also are struggling to get access to a dentist. I'm still receiving weekly emails from constituents who are not getting the treatment they need or spending their time and money travelling to NHS practices in Manchester or London, or even travelling abroad to pay for private care. I've witnessed dental practices giving up NHS contracts or vastly reducing NHS treatment, forcing some to fund themselves fully and others who can't afford this going without treatment, an issue I raised with the Health Secretary in the Chamber quite recently. When I spoke to these dental practices, they were as frustrated as I am. They have a contract with the NHS to provide thousands of units of dental activity, but this allocation is clawed back by the NHS if they can't deliver these units. They can't deliver these units, as we've heard already, because the value is too low to extract the staff they need. This last year, a practice that I was working with paid more than £132,000 back in clawback to our Integrated Care Board, enough funding to treat 1,600 patients. Nationally, the underspend the NHS dental budget could reach £500 million. We know that NHS dental contract needs reform. It doesn't work for dentists, and it certainly doesn't work for our patients, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I am pleased that integrated care boards are taking ownership of dentistry and driving the delivery of dental care for our regions. In Cornwall, the ICB has already gripped the issue, using what resources it has to increase capacity. And I was disappointed in the Minister's reference to the work going on in Cornwall. The ICB do not see the work they're doing as restricting NHS dentistry just to children, just to the elderly and just to the vulnerable people. That's absolutely not the case. What they're doing is looking at where the need is most, where the shortages are, and seeking to address those with the resources they have. But the truth is that there are still a third of adults in Cornwall accessing NHS dentistry. In fact, we have seen new dental provision, NHS dental provision, in Helston and in St Ives, two of my major towns, and there's a real ambition amongst dentists to take on more once they're allowed to. A workforce plan needs to ensure not just the number of dentists, dental nurses and other dental professions, but where they are located. We have a brilliant dental suite in Truro, but graduates rarely stay in the southwest once they've been trained. We are seeing a slight improvement with these dental practices offering foundation placements for these graduates in Cornwall, including in St Ives, but the potential is far greater. And I recognise that the Minister is just as keen as I am to empower the entire dental team to work to their full potential for NHS patients. However, there remains some barriers to fully implementing direct access in NHS-funded dental care. In dental care, a system exists that enables the administration of medicines by dental care professionals when they provide care to patients paying privately. My understanding is this does not apply for NHS dental patients. I recently visited a St Ives practice, and the owner explained the impact of this disparity. We have therapists in most locations in the southwest ready to increase NHS access, especially for young children, as most of this work for this cohort of patients is within their scope of practice. And it is disappointing that we cannot use them fully. Dentists are reluctant to sign off prescriptions because of time issues and not understanding the process. Our therapists are only doing hygiene, and some of them are leaving because of the lack of work. My understanding is that what is required is a statutory instrument which is in the gift of the Minister. This simple piece of legislation will provide the opportunity for NHS dental practices to use the full skill set and competencies of their dental staff to increase the delivery of desperately needed dental care. Will the Minister indicate today that she is able to bring this SI to the House and unleash an army of dental professions to do what they believe they are trained to do? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2021-22, £4.5 million of unmet dental care was returned from Cornwall to the NHS, lost in the NHS system. Can the Minister absolutely assure me that never again will that kind of money be grabbed, stolen from Cornwall's dental patients, returned to the NHS and not used to deliver the dental care that we need?
Navendu Mishra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Dentistry is an issue that I receive a large amount of correspondence on. Since my election, just over 4 years ago, several people have come to see me. I've visited practices in Stockport, and people often write to me about this issue. Can I thank the British Dental Association for all the work they've done on NHS dentistry over the years, and the Nuffield Trust also for providing excellent briefings on this debate, but also their commitment to highlight the issues with NHS dentistry across England. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is shocking that 12 million people were unable to access NHS dental care last year. That is more than 1 in 4 adults in England. The crisis in NHS dentistry is having a disproportionate impact on low-income people and vulnerable groups. This is a class issue. If you're lower income, it seems that you're much less likely to have access to NHS dentists than perhaps if you live in a more affluent area. This has been mentioned by several colleagues in this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, but oral cancer is one of the fastest rising types of cancer, and the reality is that people from deprived communities are significantly more likely to develop it and die from it. And this is absolutely shameful and unacceptable. The government is not doing enough to tackle this issue. It also is the case, Madam Deputy Speaker, that dentists are often the first health professionals to spot symptoms of oral cancer. This dentistry crisis means that fewer cases of oral cancer will be detected early, adding even more pressure on the NHS, but also, most importantly, it's people's health, the detrimental impact on people's health. As I said, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a significant issue in my constituency. A few months ago, I wrote to every single dental practice in my constituency, and I created a small survey that they could fill out. All of the responses that I received from dentists and dental workers, they didn't make positive reading. If I may, I'd like to quote one of the contributions that I received back from the dentist, and the dentist in question wrote, "The whole service has been underfunded for years. I receive a very low UDA rate compared to other practices in the area. In 2006, I was paid £22 UDA. Now it is £27. Patients need to know that we are not just greedy dentists. There's a shortage of dental nurses, so they're demanding more money. Where am I supposed to find the extra funding?" So this is just one of the contributions that I received back from my survey in the constituency. It is a significant issue. Lower income people and people with complex health issues often tend to miss out on NHS dentistry, and I'm glad that the Shadow Health team have brought this debate today, and the Shadow Health Secretary highlighted just some of the key points that Labour will deliver in government, including significantly more appointments, significantly more dentists in the NHS service, and supervised toothbrushing in primary schools. Now, it seems, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in April last year, the government pledged a recovery plan for NHS dentistry. This plan is yet to be published. Can I ask the Minister, through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, when will this plan be published? Why is the government being so shifty about this? Why won't they just address this issue and tell us if and when this plan will be published? It does seem to be the case that in Stockport and across England, the government is failing patients badly, not just when it comes to dentistry, when it comes to record waiting lists in the NHS. Sadly, the reality is that people's lives in Stockport and England are being held back by this government. Now, I know I will be happy to take an intervention. Yes.
The Honourable Member for Giving Way, and he mentions the so-called NHS Dentistry Recovery Plan that we've heard from the government benches cited today. I'm currently playing a game of NHS Dentistry Bingo provided to me by the BDA, and one of the 16 things that we should look out for is our recovery plan will be published shortly. I've checked that off several times this afternoon. Does he agree with me that it is dishonest of the government to claim that NHS dentistry is somehow some sort of universal service?
I agree with him, and I thank him for his contribution. I think the BDA tagged me on Twitter on their dentistry bingo, so I have not managed yet to play that particular sort of tweet and the graphic, but I will definitely be checking out. He makes the point that the government is being dishonest. I think the government is being more than dishonest. They won't tell us when this plan will be published, if it will be published, and it clearly is the case that they don't have a plan to address the backlog when it comes to NHS waiting lists, but also the crisis in NHS dentistry in England. So I just want to end with the point, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the next Labour government will tackle this issue. of NHS dentistry. It will tackle the issue of millions and millions of people rotting on the NHS waiting list, but it will also improve people's quality of life in Stockport and across Britain. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Anthony Mangnall.
Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to speak in this debate, to be able to raise the issues that so many people face across the South West and so many people across the South Devon who are in immense pain. And I might just start off in response to some of the remarks that have been made earlier in this debate. It is acceptable to make the point that the NHS contract from 2006 doesn't work and hasn't worked. It is acceptable to say that we tried to make it work and we have hit an enormous roadblock in the form of the pandemic that has shown the system to be wanting. None of that is a controversial thing to make. That's not a controversial statement to make the point on. And Labour shouldn't be outraged, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we ask for their plans. Time and time again, they go in front of the cameras and say that they have a plan for this and that and everything that you might possibly imagine. So therefore, we should be able to ask them, given that this is their debate. And they can laugh, as they are doing now, or smiling about this thing, but it's a serious and legitimate question. If you are the government in waiting, then come up with the proposal for what the short-term solution is for this issue. Now, the Shadow Health Minister also decided to tell me that he had been talking about this issue, or that the Labour Party had been talking about this issue since 2010. Indeed, he said in 2010 and 2015 it was in their manifestos. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can find no record of it in their manifestos. In fact, it's hard to actually see when the Shadow Health Secretary even cared about this issue before his appointment. But I'll leave that for others to make this clearer in the course of this debate. The Health Secretary has made it perfectly clear about the challenges we face. She's made the point very clearly about the fact that there have been some improvements. But no one on this side of the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, is complacent. We are all aware, because we look and speak to our constituents and we look at our email inboxes, and we are aware of the size of the trouble and the problems that are faced. And it should be welcome that we are now pushing taxpayer-funded dentists who have been in training to go and work within the NHS at the end of this. It should be welcome that there are 40% more dental training places. And it should be welcome that we're looking at ways in which we can bring dentists from abroad, as well as creating the training places that work right across the country. And I welcome the report and comments from the Chair of the Health Select Committee. Of course, all of this boils down to what we think the priorities of NHS dentistry must be. And simply put, having spoken to many dentists within my own constituency, I believe they boil down to three areas: prevention, education and pain relief. And the pandemic, that's fine. I don't think many people are looking to disagree on that point, but if she wants to disagree with me, she can. But the point is that the pandemic has blown two of those priorities off course. The focus for the short term must be on how we have to address pain relief. That is the issue that we face today. That is the issue that children and those of an older age are suffering from across the country. So what are the short-term actions that we can take today and that have been mentioned on so many on this side of the House? Firstly, we can look at dental access centres and mobile units that can move across the country. We think these are perhaps fantasies. They are already in practice in some places in the country. Indeed, this is an issue that is being raised by a number of dentists in my area of South Devon who are suggesting that it is not just feasible, it is incredibly possible with the underspend that has not been utilised. We must unlock the money that has not been spent through NHS contracts. I understand, and I'm sure my colleague from North Devon will correct me if I'm wrong, that there is some £50 million of underspend of NHS dental contracts that could be made available to help those on waiting lists. We must change, as has been said by a number of members from the opposition, the opportunity for dental therapists to play a larger role in helping treat people within the process and helping address their needs. And as I've said already, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must look to see how we can focus on pain relief as the priority. Reform of UDA has to happen as quickly as possible. The time and geographical disparity of this system has been found wanting, and it is so clear right across the country, whether you're in an urban setting, a rural setting, a coastal community setting, there are huge disparities on what you are remunerated for when it comes to a UDA. Rather than standing here and speaking about parliamentary candidates, I think it's probably more appropriate to come up and think about the solutions that we can find to help address those who are suffering so much. And I just give the examples in the last remaining moments that I have of what is going on in Devon. We do have 17,000 more UDAs, which is welcome. We do have a stabilisation dental care system. We do have 406 extra appointments per week that can be found through contacting 111. And we do have one of the finest dental training schools in the form of the Dental Peninsula School located just outside of Plymouth. They are working to help address this need. They are working to help support the government in terms of how we can address and help those across the country. And they are looking to make sure that they can help their trainees remain within the area after their training and make the NHS as flexible as possible to the needs of those who need to use it. We must have the reform. I think many of us on the backbenches on this side of the House would also agree that we must have the reforms that have been promised before, because they are the hook that we can hang our hat on. They will be the solution to how we can address this. But if the Minister is able to point out and look at the short-term solutions I've been proposed to give a response to that, it would be welcome not just in my part of the country, but all across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mike Amesbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Surely, in this day and age, everybody should have the right to receive dental treatment when they need it. That was a fundamental principle of the National Health Service. The National Health Service that we, the Labour Party, founded all those glorious years ago. But unfortunately, as we know on this side of the House, and well documented throughout the debate today so far, the principle behind National Health Service dentistry continues to be severely undermined and eroded by each one of the 14 years of this Tory government. And today, quite astoundingly, I think the government minister mentioned, the Secretary of State, at some stage, shortly, we're going to publish a long-term plan. 14 years on, they're going to publish some kind of long-term plan, shortly with no date. I mean, that's the state of chaos that this country is governed by at the moment. Meanwhile, millions of people, 12 million people, can get the dental treatment that they need and they deserve. We all know that too well that 90% of dental practices in England are closed to NHS routine patients. This is essentially creating dental deserts all across the country, including, of course, my constituency. It's something I see all too often in Holton and the Cheshire West and Chester parts of my constituency. And I see only too clearly how bleak and extreme the dentistry desert landscape has become. I was recently contacted by my constituent Alan from Northwich, who had registered with the local dentist. He'd been registered for over 10 years. After a visit to a private hygienist, he was advised to book a dental checkup. But when he tried to do so, he was told that he'd been deregistered as an NHS patient because he hadn't had a checkup in over 2 years. This is one of many people. This happened around the time of the pandemic. Of course, they couldn't have a checkup in that period, which again has been documented in the debate today. He was told that they weren't taking any new NHS patients due to lack of capacity. Yet he could be offered a fully private, paid checkup in just a few weeks' time. Of course, if you haven't got the money in the pocket, you don't have the ability to pay, then it's not possible. And that's the case for far too many of our constituents up and down the country. So why shouldn't Alan and millions like him be able to get access to the NHS dental services that they need? Yet, like I say, can't afford private care, unlike maybe some in this country, unlike some maybe in terms of the rather sparse benches I see across from me, the government benches at the moment. Across Britain, too many people are facing that stark choice of having to pay for those expensive payment plans in the private sector or go without dental treatment. And again, it's been well documented as regards to those resorting to NHS DIY treatment, or again that additional strain in terms of our NHS hospital services going to for emergency care, emergency dental treatment. And it's a problem that extends to all parts of my community. In Lethwich, the community primary school there, I had a recent meeting with the joint head teachers, and they raised the desperate attempts they've been making to try and get some of the primary school children NHS dental appointments. And the teachers did go the extra mile. You know, it's not their bread and butter issue, of course. They're going the extra mile to help some of the children most in need in my constituency, but again to no avail. So what have the government done to ensure that we get increased access to dentists across England and including Cheshire and Merseyside in our patch? Well, the short answer is not a lot. The situation, of course, is getting incredibly worse. And I recently had a meeting with other members of Parliament who represent Cheshire and Merseyside constituencies with the Integrated Care Board. That was the Chief Executive and the Chair. And they told us that they've been informed by the Department of Health that the surplus, the underspend they'd inherited to spend on local dentistry, which is some £10 million, must now be refaced and used for what they class as inflationary cost pressures, so not NHS dentistry. And that's come from the department themselves. So I'd be interested in terms of the response from the Minister in regards to that. It's incredulous that previously NHS England said that was ring fence, and of course yet now they have the evidence from the Integrated Care Board and direction from the Department for Health and Social Care saying no, you must spend it on other things. And it wasn't a point lost in terms of my neighbouring MPs right across Cheshire and Merseyside, who of course making strong representations to the Chair and to the Chief Executive of the Integrated Care Board. But the real representations, and again I think was outlined by my good colleague, the Shadow Secretary of State, is it's happening up and down the country. It's happening everywhere, almost by design, running it down, NHS dentistry, making it a thing of the past. And the default position is private dentistry. So, why not? So, yes, thank you.
Fiona Bruce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the most important steps the government can take to improve access to NHS dental care is to boost our workforce and train more dentists and dental professionals. And this is in line with the government's NHS long-term workforce plan, which has a clear reference to dental training as a priority. And I want to focus in particular on the importance of training dental professionals who support dentists in so many important ways. The workforce plan recognises that we need to make sure that the skills of our whole dental workforce are utilised by supporting dental hygienists, dental therapists, dental nurses and others to provide additional care, in turn freeing up more time for dentists and increasing overall dental care and provision. And I want to focus in the next few moments just on how important this is and what the government is doing to prioritise it. And can I just digress by saying, as a solicitor in my own professional background, and I refer to my entry in the Members' Register of Interests, I know how important, indeed absolutely vital it is that our support staff are there to help the qualified solicitors in the way that we do our job. We could not work without them and without their expertise, often honed over many years and often in particular specialised areas, and the same applies to the dental profession. So I want to applaud and commend all those who work in the profession and who support dentists. And I welcome the Minister's statement today that we must empower them to take on even more responsibility, not because this is a burden, but because I can see how those working in professional environments find their work increasingly fulfilling the more responsibility they are trained to take on. And so I very much support the Minister's statement that we should
do this and ensure that they are qualified, competent and, of course, indemnified. And turning now to the NHS long-term workforce plan in particular, whilst it's commendable that dentistry trading places have a target, and indeed the government's working to expand places by 24% by 28-29, I particularly want to applaud the focus on increasing training places for dental therapy and hygiene professionals by 28% in the same period, adding hundreds more professionals to our dental workforce. And of course, the work isn't just looking to the future, but is happening now. In the past year, NHS England have made an investment in postgraduate dental speciality training focused on areas currently underserviced by existing provision, which will improve access to specialist dental services. Because, as the plan recognises and it states, we recognise the important contribution to dental care that the wider dental workforce makes, including dental nurses. While training of dental nurses is largely the responsibility of dental practices, we will work with dental practices and other stakeholders to support the wider dental workforce to meet NHS service delivery plans for dentistry. And it's, I think, heartening to note the plan aims to deliver 15% of dental activity through dental therapists and dental hygienists, as opposed to the current estimate of 5%. That has got to be a positive target to work to. In addition, of course, the plan also focuses on the National Return to Therapy programme being developed to enable dental therapists working as hygienists to fulfil the full scope of their potential in practice. And NHS England, of course, is reforming contractual arrangements to encourage more dentists back into NHS practice and to make it easier for therapists and hygienists to provide NHS care. So, moving now on, I just want to also make reference to the consultation that the government held on making better use of the whole dental workforce, supporting dental hygienists and therapists to provide additional care to patients. I know that the Minister has said that the government will be shortly setting out the outcome of the consultation. Can I urge the government to do so? And can I urge the government to take particular note of any contributions to that consultation by dental hygienists, therapists or nurses, because they have so much to offer in terms of their work at the coalface of the challenges that we all recognise in ensuring that everyone can quickly see a dentist and receive the treatment they need in order to keep themselves healthy and well, and that dental care is an essential part of the NHS and should continue to be so for the future.
Paulette Hamilton.
I sit on the Health Select Committee and was shocked at what I heard during the inquiry, but it lined up with what is being faced by residents in my constituency. There are over 100,000 people living in my constituency and only 7 dental surgeries, and at least 3 of those aren't accepting any new adult patients. This issue is not unique to Erdington. Across the West Midlands, 73% of dentists aren't accepting any new adult patients. One of my constituents contacted me after a dentist closed down, as she had spent 4 hours trawling through websites and ringing practices and wasn't getting anywhere. She isn't able to afford private dental care, and her son has a serious health condition, which means she requires regular dental checkups. She explained this to every practice she could, but without success. Another one of my constituents had her daughter referred for braces in 2021. After being referred to 3 separate orthodontists in 2 years, 2 years later, she was told that there is a waiting list of over 1,500 children, which continues to rise. The response I received from NHS England advised my constituents to call 111 for any urgent care services and said they are working to address the challenges facing the service right now. Madam Deputy Speaker, the list of those challenges is long because thanks to the record of this Conservative government, NHS dentistry in the UK has completely collapsed. Over the last 2 years, 6 million adults tried and failed to get an appointment, and 4.4 million simply didn't even try because they knew there was no hope. Rotting teeth is the #1 reason for why children aged 6 to 10 are admitted to hospital, and despite this, 7 in 10 dentists in the UK aren't accepting any new child patients. And shamefully, 1 in 10 people in the UK attempted their own dental work out of pure desperation. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is how my constituents are experiencing the shocking record of this Conservative government. Getting them the proper fund, our NHS is quite literally like pulling teeth. In April last year, Ministers promised a dental recovery plan, and in the government's response to our Health Committee report in December, and I was there, the Secretary of State promised that it would be published shortly. So where is it? Unlike the government, Labour does have a plan which would help people in our communities access the NHS dentistry they so desperately need. Labour would fund NHS practices to provide 700,000 more urgent appointments. It would create incentives for new dentists to work in the dental deserts the Tories have created. And rather than offering sticking plaster solutions, we would reform the dental contract to rebuild the service in the long term. It is becoming more and more obvious that everywhere you look in Britain, nothing works, and our NHS dentistry is no exception. My constituents and people across the UK cannot go on without basic health care while watching our NHS crumble around us. Only the Labour Party has a plan for NHS dentistry. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, like a decaying tooth, it is time for this government's extraction. Thank you.
Gibson. Deputy Speaker, at the outset I want to put on the record my thanks to the Honourable Member for Harborough for his work on dentistry, and I also want to thank my right honourable friend the Minister for her very early engagement with colleagues on this topic just days into her new post. Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituency office has received enquiries from almost 200 residents who have been unable to access NHS dentistry services. This is despite the fact that there are many dentists in our town. The current NHS dentistry contract stems from Labour's reforms of 2006 and has increasingly shown itself to be lacking. The regime of payments based on units of dental activity has been unfair to dentists from the start, and due to insufficient commissioning in areas of greatest need, been unfair to patients too. Last year, a practice based at Firthmoor Community Centre in Darlington handed back its NHS contract, unable to be economically viable due to being paid a mere £23.50 for a UDA. While struggling to recruit a new dentist, the owner of the practice, who also operates in other parts of the North East and is paid almost £40 for a UDA in leafy parts of Newcastle, took the very sad but entirely understandable decision to close their Darlington branch. No business can recruit staff and employ them when the money coming in doesn't cover the operating costs, never mind make a profit. NHS England, who did the commissioning prior to April 23, did offer to increase the UDA rate to nearly £30, but frankly this was too little, too late. When the North East and North Cumbria Integrated Care Board took over responsibility for dentistry in April last year, I was filled with fresh hope that a resolution would be found to the local situation in Darlington. I was assured that emergency provision would be expanded and additional commissioning would be provided at a higher UDA to further expand provision in Darlington. Imagine my dismay and disappointment, Madam Deputy Speaker, when in late November I learned that little, if nothing, had been done. Literally nothing. There then followed numerous meetings and conversations and communications as I became increasingly angry that I had effectively been misled and my constituents were still being underprovided for. Now, I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for Ilford North, who has kindly highlighted my work as a constituency MP on this topic, in contrast to his time prior to his current role when he never mentioned dentistry once. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, our ICBs don't even have a dentist on their boards, and it has become increasingly clear to me that only by lobbying and pushing and raising this in the media will our ICBs actually turn their attention away from their own internal bureaucracy and focus on the job of actually providing the services that they have an obligation to commission. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome that the Government will be bringing forward a dental recovery plan. It really can't come soon enough. In the meantime, can I urge the Minister to give our ICBs a boot up the backside and get them to pull their finger out? That they underspend on dentistry when things are as bad as they are is utterly shocking. Whilst I am on my feet, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have a few suggestions for the Minister, which I have previously shared with her directly, but it would be good to get them on the record. We need more dental training, and with the excellent dental technician training facilities at Teesside University, can I ask her to look at the scope of adding a dental school to Teesside University? I welcome that we will be obliging our new dentists, whose training comes at massive public cost, to spend a period of time providing public services before they go fully private. Dentists should be required to publish their fees and charges for NHS, private and insurance-backed work so that patients can make clear, informed choices. We also need to see greater provision of mobile dentists visiting schools, particularly those in areas of high deprivation. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we really need to see much more progress on this issue, and we need to go further and faster, and I'm quite sure that my right honourable friend is the right person to do that.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hardly need to say that dentistry isn't the only part of the National Health Service that the government, Conservative government, is allowed to fall into crisis, while shamelessly seeking to shift the blame onto others. But today it is welcome that we have the chance to focus on dentistry and on the millions of people in this country and the many thousands in Westmoreland who are being so badly let down. For our communities in Westmoreland and Lonsdale, the heart of this crisis is a basic difficulty in securing an NHS appointment. So many people in our area know they can't afford to have their teeth checked, that they can't afford to keep their children's teeth checked, feeling that crushing financial burden and that burden of guilt because they cannot access an NHS dentist for themselves or their family, and they know that they will not be able to afford to go private. So this crisis is having very real, very personal, very expensive, very painful consequences for people in our communities in Cumbria and nationwide. Health Watch found that 1 in 10 people in England had resorted to paying for private dental care because they could not find an NHS dentist. But most people I speak to cannot afford to go private. So what do those families do? Well, YouGov found that 1 in 10 adults had tried some form of DIY dentistry, the difficulty of accessing a dentist forcing them to resort to medieval practices. This country, proud of our prosperity, proud of our NHS, is in the shameful situation where its people's teeth are getting worse, and most shameful of all, its children's teeth. The BDA found in 2022 that 1 in 4 5-year-olds in my community in Cumbria had tooth decay. They also found that tooth decay was the #1 reason for hospital admissions amongst young people. Regular dental appointments are vital to preventing tooth decay, even more so for children whose teeth tend to decay quicker, and yet fewer and fewer children are able to access those appointments because of the negligence of this government. Since 2018 in Cumbria, the proportion of children seen by a dentist in the NHS each year went from 64% in 2018 to just 50% last year, a drop of 14% in 5 years. Half of our children in our communities, from Grasmere to Grange, Appleby to Ambleside, Kendal to Kirkby Stephen, Windermere to Walkup, half of our children do not have access to an NHS dentist. That is a disgrace. And I've heard firsthand from my constituents the shocking scale of the difficulty of getting access to appointments for children. Here is what an attendant officer at one of our primary schools said when she wrote to me earlier last year after she found that families in her school were going abroad for dental appointments. She said, "Tim, I felt compelled to email to tell you we have a high number of children who are regularly missing out on education due to being unable to register with a local NHS dentist. A large number of our children have Polish, Romanian, Latvian and Ukrainian parents and therefore will find it easier to travel back to their parents' original home country rather than wait for a local NHS dentist who is accepting patients." Wow. Let's be clear what she is saying. There are some children in Cumbria who find it easier to get dental treatment travelling to a war zone than to access NHS dental care that their parents have already paid for through their taxes. For adults in Cumbria, the picture is awful too. The number of adults seen by a dentist in the last 2 years is also down 14% to only 36.5%. So almost 2/3 of adults in our communities in Cumbria cannot access an NHS dentist that they, as I've said, have already paid for through their taxes. So this isn't a crisis alone, it is a colossal act of fraud and injustice where people who work hard, pay their way and rightly expect the government to be competent enough to provide the services that they have paid for are let down, taken for a ride and forced either into intense and painful physical suffering or else into paying again to get the treatment that they were entitled to receive from the state. So this is more than just a health issue, it is a moral issue, a fairness issue, a justice issue. A quick search of the NHS website shows that the nearest dental practice taking on NHS patients in Kent to Kendal is Accrington, an 80-mile round trip. And the nearest NHS practice to Kirkby Stephen is in Newton Aycliffe in County Durham, a round trip of 2 hours. Let's remember we are also, as others have said, facing a cancer care crisis in the UK. And part of the problem is a failure to diagnose cancers early so they can be treated and cured. Dentists play a crucial role in identifying oral cancers, but if 2/3 of Cumbria's adults are not seeing an NHS dentist, then we can be certain that cancers will be missed and therefore cancers will be untreatable and therefore people will die unnecessarily. Core to our identity as Liberal Democrats is that we believe that everyone in the UK should be able to access a dental health checkup on the NHS with an emphasis on preventative oral health, and we will reform the contract to ensure that these things take place and fund it properly. When all said and done, I am so often told by our local NHS ICB that the government only gives them the money for about half of the people in our area to have access to an NHS dentist. It means outrageously that the only time they will contract a new NHS provider is when a previous provider has shut their doors, such as when the Avondale practice in Grange went private, leaving 5,000 people in limbo, and people with a family of 4 facing £1,000 a year fee just to stay on their books. I have proactively gone out to persuade private dentists to accept NHS work, and although I know it's only a sticking plaster, I reckon I could find more, but the ICB won't take them on because this government won't let them. The dentistry crisis is an outrage, an injustice, meted out to people and families across our area. It seems to us in Westman that the best way we will defeat that injustice is to defeat the government that is responsible for it.
Yeah. Selene Saxby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise for the 15th time in my time here to raise my concerns about the state of dentistry in my North Devon constituency. The first letter that I wrote on election to this place was about dentistry. And whilst I fully accept the government position that post-pandemic things have got worse, they were pretty bad in North Devon before. When I moved to Devon 6.5 years ago, it took me 2 years to find an NHS dentist, and then I had to travel 45 minutes to get there. One of my concerns with the statistics used are they compare dentists per 100,000 of population. In a very sparsely populated rural location, we might not look as much of a dental desert as some places, but at present, the nearest dentist taking NHS patients is over 100 miles away. A constituent contacted me before Christmas With regards to the extremely limited dental care in North Devon, my partner, who suffers mental health issues which limits him from performing daily tasks and travelling, was in need of dental treatment this weekend. However, after being on hold for almost an hour, I was told that there were no appointments in the whole of North Devon and the nearest appointment was in Exeter. Travelling that distance is just not possible for someone who has mental health issues, and due to the nature of his illness, he cannot drive, and I don't either at present. Exeter is the nearest city to my constituency, over 50 miles away from most North Devon residents. Even private practices in North Devon are not able to take on the volume of patients in some parts of my constituency. I have parents writing weekly to ask what to do with their appointments, as they are cancelled because dentists are handing back their NHS contracts. And because residents in North Devon are unable to get checkups, by the time they are seen, they have extensive dental needs, costing hundreds, if not thousands of pounds. Calling us a dental desert is of no help at all. As with the structure of dentistry, dentists are not going to want to deal with the oral backlog each unseen mouth potentially holds. I welcome the new Dentistry Minister to her role and thank her for her media engagement on this issue, and very much hope that her experience will ensure that the Government's plan to further recover and reform NHS dentistry is expedited, as frankly, the good people of North Devon have waited long enough to see a dentist.
Will the Honourable Member give way?
I will give way.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for giving way, and I recognise what she is describing in North Devon. A 75-year-old and his wife told me, they live in Tiverton, and they told me that they were contacted by their dentist, who told them that that dentist wasn't seeing NHS patients anymore. They called a further 20 dental practices and were told by several receptionists that there were no NHS appointments available in Devon at all. Does she recognise the experience of my constituents?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and whilst recognising some of those concerns, I will come on to the response that the Minister has given me to my petition in this place, because the waitlist for dentistry is reportedly over 100,000 in Devon, and there are reports of children having all their teeth extracted, which, whilst horrific, I think we do need to encourage children and adults alike to practice good dental hygiene, as schools and nurseries have more than enough to do to educate their children without brushing their pupils' teeth every day as well. Schools in my constituency are raising concerns when I visit as to why there are no longer visits to schools by dental hygienists with plaque disclosing tablets to at least highlight where poor brushing at home might be an issue. The Marines based in my constituency raised dentistry when I visited. Every social media post I put out, on whatever topic it is, someone raises dentists. My ask to the Minister is, please can she confirm when we will see a catch-up plan, as apparently the last one got stuck at the Treasury, and as I have said before, I understand money does not grow on trees, but neither do teeth. I have presented a petition in this place about dentistry in North Devon and thank the Minister for her response, which details some improvements such as the Access Dental Helpline in Devon, but we know that even the post-COVID schemes to help dentistry catch up did not reach places that needed it most, with the majority of the funds not actually being spent on dentistry. I have listened to my ICB's plans for catching up, but I am not sure that anything I have heard fully reflects the issues around rurality and dentistry. Delivering most healthcare solutions in a rural environment is different to an urban one. The closure of one dentist can leave patients travelling an additional 50 miles in rural constituencies. As explained, popping to Exeter for treatment is not an option for many, and far too many of our health treatments involve that 120-mile round trip. We need the dentist to come to us, not us to the dentists, please. I warmly welcome the steps this government is taking to train more dentists, but as even the Prime Minister conceded when he spoke to local press on his recent trip to the North Devon District Hospital, this will not help in the short term. The opposition clearly has no plan for this and very little grasp of what rural life is even like, given most of them represent urban seats. I was delighted to hear the Secretary of State commit to fairness in rural and coastal areas. But can I ask the Minister to see if it is possible to get some dentists onto buses into rural areas, especially into our schools? Over 50% of children in North Devon have never seen a dentist. We have dentists come and see our fishermen. Why can't we arrange similar for them to see our servicemen's families, our school children, and those who simply cannot travel to an NHS dentist or afford to see one locally? I do fear that for those living here in London, the magnitude of this issue is not well understood. If you call an NHS dentist here, you will likely be seen almost immediately. probably quicker than someone will answer the phone for one back home. Ideally, we would have regular checkups with the dentist prior to getting toothache. But as even the bard said, there was never yet philosopher that could endure the toothache patiently. And my constituents and my patients is running thin with the ongoing delay in hearing that the dentist will see you now.
Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In a landscape where health conditions have become a barrier to opportunity, dental health has unfortunately joined this growing list. The state of NHS dentistry after 13 years of Conservative government is nothing short of a national tragedy. But I rise today not just to address the dire state of affairs, but also to give hope that there is a path towards real solutions and lasting change, a path that can only be available under a future Labour government. The national surveys by the NHS Business Services Authority and British Dental Association evidence the stark reality of our dental health crisis. Children in parts of England endure waits of up to 18 months for dental procedures, and our dental workforce has fallen to the lowest levels since 2013, with morale at an all-time low. In Hull and East Riding, the situation is even more alarming, with over half of adults in Hull not having attended a dentist for 2 or more years, double the number in 2015. There were nearly 300 comments to a Facebook post I put out asking people to share their experiences, and the comments were nearly all the same. They talked about the limited access to dentistry for children and adults, long waiting periods for critical interventions such as tooth extractions, leading to prolonged pain and suffering for those in need. Inadequate availability of emergency care, which forced individuals, as has been heard in this debate, to resort to DIY dentistry and unnecessary visits to A&E, and the impact on children's health, with alarming waiting times for crucial procedures under general anaesthetics. Angie also told me about the problems with special education needs dentists. She said they've had to start outsourcing to other dentists in and around Hull who are willing to work with those with SEN. Still waiting on appointments for my son to be seen by the dentist we chose over 6 months ago. He's supposed to be seen every 6 months. And Sarah told me, I needed a dentist during 2021 due to having chemotherapy. So I go to my local NHS dentist, which I've been with for years. They struck us off with no notice, so I ended up ringing over 40 dentists, with no response other than the waiting list. 2 years later, after treatment, I went private, in debt of over £2,000 and having lost one tooth. But I'm lucky to be back to okay health. And Stephen told me, yeah, our dentist closed at East Hull. It's taken me 2 years to get my kids the dentist. I actually called 37 dental surgeries and even had to try York, Leeds, Scarborough and Lincoln. My Polish dentist could not resit the English dental exam after we came out of the EU in time due to COVID delays, so she went back to Poland. Such a shame. She was an amazing dentist. She was fully qualified, but there was an exam you had to resit, and it was all delayed at the time. I think we lost quite a lot because of that. He said, I'm actually in tomorrow to get moulded for a new veneer for a tooth. I had super glue and Amazon £9 tooth on my front tooth for over a year. Now, locally, there are people trying to make a difference, and I want to pay credit to Chris Groombridge and the charity Team Teeth, which go out there talking to children, sort of nursery-age children and primary-age children about oral health and hygiene. But we need to train more dentists, and we need to do more to keep the dentists that we already have, and I really welcome the reform to that dental contract. On the issue of training dentists, I presented a petition in here calling for a Hull York dental school based on the Hull York Medical School that the Labour government set up in 2003. Unfortunately, the government rejected that idea. However, there have been positive conversations with the Integrated Care Board about a centre for dental development being set up in Hull. So we could see some dentists trained within the city, however, not the school that we would really like to see. But even if that does happen, and I do hope it does, that's still 5 years waiting for dentists to be trained when the emergency is here and now. And that's why I so wholeheartedly support Labour's plan to get those 700,000 more urgent appointments annually, reforming that dental contract to keep the NHS dentists we have, introducing the supervised toothbrushing as a strong preventative measure and funding improvements. The plan will cost money, of course, But, as we've explained, by abolishing the non-dom tax status, because people in Holwist and Hessel need healthcare more than the ultra-wealthy need a tax break. Under the Conservatives, NHS dentistry faces a slow demise, with dentists leaving vast areas as dental deserts. Unlike the Tories, the Labour Party believes in accessible healthcare for all. We pledge immediate action for those in urgent need and long-time reforms to restore NHS dentistry for everyone. The motion I'm voting for today is not merely a formality. It's a reflection of the urgency and gravity of the situation. The legacy of this government is one of stagnant growth, soaring prices and a crumbling public service. It's a legacy of failure, and it's time for the positive change only a future Labour government can bring.
Mary Kelly-Foy. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was music to my ears when the Honourable Member for Ilford North announced that a Labour government will introduce 700,000 extra appointments each year, get more dentists into communities like mine that need them the most, and ensure that everybody who needs an NHS dentist can get one. Because I am fed up with the state of NHS dentistry, fed up that my constituents can't get an appointment, fed up that people in Durham have resorted to DIY dentistry, and I'm fed up that the Tory governments have sat on their hands for over 13 years. To be clear, NHS dentists aren't to blame for the crisis. We know they're trying their best. It's ministers on the benches opposite who are to blame. And they can't say they haven't been told. I've raised this important issue for the last 2 years, and other members have done so for so much longer. Last May, for instance, I raised as a point of order that the Prime Minister may have made several inaccurate statements regarding the number of NHS dentists. In Prime Minister's questions on the 3rd of May, he stated that, and I quote, "There are more than 500 more dentists working in the NHS this year than last year." However, a Freedom of Information request obtained by the British Dental Association threw the Prime Minister's comments into doubt. According to the FOI response, the number of dentists is in fact down by 695 compared to the previous year, and there were fewer dentists undertaking NHS work than before the pandemic, bringing the workforce to levels not seen since 2012-13. Unsurprisingly, the government didn't correct the record, and that says it all, Madam Deputy Speaker. Everyone knows that the NHS dentistry is in crisis. Our constituents tell us regularly, but the government continues with their "it's all fine" attempt of message discipline. Why don't they just accept that vast areas of our country are now described as dental deserts and do something about it? I'd hoped that the Chancellor would have offered something, just anything, for NHS dentistry in the autumn statement, but dentistry wasn't mentioned in the Chancellor's speech or the policy report. Not a penny was put forward, even though the government announced a recovery plan in April last year. A recovery plan that, as we've heard, still hasn't been published. Even worse, perhaps it was the sinister announcement, confirmed in a written question that I tabled in November, that the government would withdraw free dental care for the long-term sick. Last year, Madam Deputy Speaker, I led an adjournment debate on one such dental desert, my constituency, the City of Durham, and I want to repeat what my constituents shared with me so that ministers know what people are going through. One constituent told me that they had moved to Durham 4.5 years ago but couldn't find an NHS dentist. They were told that after a kidney transplant, it was vital that they had regular dental checkups to monitor their health. But then they broke their tooth and couldn't afford to fix it. Another constituent told me that they had to borrow money to afford a private appointment. Then, after becoming pregnant and being exempt from dental charges, her exemption was worthless because there were no appointments available. A young girl in my constituency tripped over and shattered her teeth, and her family couldn't find a dentist to help her. It was only after I reported the case on social media that a local dentist kindly offered their assistance. Another was unable to find an NHS dental appointment, so out of frustration decided to go private. Following this, they were diagnosed with oral cancer.
Why is this happening? A visit to a dental practice in my constituency provided some answers. The practice had just one dentist working 2 days a week seeing NHS patients, and it had 10,000 patients on its books. And in the North East, almost 97% of surgeries are not accepting new adult patients. It doesn't take a genius to work out why my constituents cannot see a dentist. The situation nationally is diabolical. Rotten teeth is the #1 reason why children aged 6 to 10 are admitted to hospital, with an average of 169 children undergoing tooth extractions every working day. It's clear that a preventative approach to healthcare has eroded in Britain. Fundamentally, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is because of austerity. For over 13 years, the government has hollowed out our welfare state.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. She and I share the same integrated care board. I wonder if she could outline, if this is to do with austerity, why she hasn't engaged with our local ICB to ask them about the underspend and the provision in her constituency.
Eric Kelly-Foy. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do speak to the ICB care board whenever I need to, and they've told me that, as I'm about to say, our welfare state, which the NHS is part of, has been hollowed out. The system is wrong. The austerity has caused these problems. It's not the pandemic. It happened many, many years before then. And supporters of austerity often say they don't want to burden future generations with debt. But austerity and preventative healthcare are incompatible. You can't have both. The healthcare problems that this government has caused our constituents, issues that could have been prevented with funding and investment, will now be more expensive to resolve down the line. Members opposite have saddled future generations with poorer health, poorer opportunities, and ultimately a poorer country, and it's time for them to go.
Graham Morris.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's an honour to follow my good friend, the member for the City of Durham. Now I want to raise an issue related to the Integrated Care Board too, which may be of interest. I'm sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, you're far too young to remember the school dentistry service. But some of us at more senior years will remember the annual visits from the school dentist, and each year a dentist and a dental nurse would attend the school and attend the assembly, and class after class would line up, and every child would have their teeth inspected. At home time, anyone requiring further treatment received the dreaded letter asking parents to make a follow-up appointment. It was a simple and efficient and productive process. The system allowed thousands of children to receive annual dental checkups. The day was also an opportunity for children to be educated on the importance of dental hygiene. The member for North Durham mentioned those special tablets that highlighted the plaque and so on your teeth. I remember those. And how to avoid the dreaded letter, the follow-up letter the following year. I recently asked the Integrated Care Board about reintroducing this scheme, but despite NHS North East and North Cumbria Integrated Care Board taking over responsibility for commissioning dental services, they in fact passed the buck on this question to the local authority, and they stated in their reply, commissioning responsibility for dental public health falls under the remit of public health, which is hosted by the local authority. As such, the ICB is unable to comment on the school dental screening programme, as this would need to be raised with the local authority. I think this silo mentality is a disgrace. And you know, we talk about opportunity cost, and I want to come on to some stats in a moment, but annual school screening, I'm not suggesting it would be popular with the children, not necessarily, but it would ensure that all children would be seen by a dentist. It would also free up space at dental practices when you think about it, because our children are paying the price at the moment. Data from NHS Digital shows that 44% of children have not received an annual check-up with an NHS dentist. And I did look on the NHS Find a Dentist website today. There's not a single dentist accepting children aged 17 or under in my constituency of Easington. In my view, ministers should be ashamed that after 14 years in power, NHS Dentistry is catastrophically failing our children. But I would like to say to my constituents watching this debate, there are dentists accepting children in neighbouring constituencies, in Whately Hill, in Easington Lane and in Hortonley Spring. However, those dependent on public transport know accessing these services by public transport is almost impossible due to the appalling state and unreliability of local bus services. That's another story and another catastrophic failure of Tory neglect and mismanagement. But the situation for adult patients in Easington, in my constituency, is also dire. There are no dental practices within a 10-mile radius of my constituency accepting adult patients. Within a 15-mile radius, there are only 3. Again, this is completely inaccessible for those people who are dependent on unreliable and infrequent local bus services. The Prime Minister did say he was proud of his record on dentistry. He boasted that there are now more NHS dentists across the UK. But he must inhabit a parallel universe. In the real world, data shows that there were 24,151 dentists performing NHS work in 2022-23, and that's over 500 down on pre-pandemic levels. But what other colleagues have pointed out is that this headcount doesn't show the level of NHS treatment, because a dentist working in the private sector doing a single NHS checkup in a year is counted just the same as a full-time NHS dentist. There are some scary statistics. 1 in 10 people have attempted their own dental work, with Health Watch, the patient's voice, reporting patients pulling their own teeth with pliers. That might seem ridiculous. My mother's 87. She's very frail. She did this out of desperation. It's appalling. Here's another terrible statistic. Every day is a school day. Minister, tooth decay is the most common reason for hospital admission in children aged between 6 and 10 years. Oral cancer is one of the fastest rising types of cancer and kills more people than car accidents in the United Kingdom. Limited access to dental services means that fewer oral cancer cases will be detected early, which will lower the survival rate and further widen health inequalities. It's time for the government to get control of this problem, to deliver for the British public who are being let down time and again by the dysfunction at the heart of the Conservative Party.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is clear that under this government, our NHS dentistry is in crisis. Now, across my constituency of Lewisham East, a number of dental surgeries are now not accepting new adult patients. Recent Health Watch polling shows that 1 in 10 people in England are paying for private dental treatment because they cannot find an NHS dentist. Yet many other people cannot afford to do this, and instead they are suffering. The government promised to publish its dental recovery plan by the summer of 2023, and it is now 2024, and the government still doesn't have a plan. Now, I will focus my remarks on a specific issue facing dental patients as well as practitioners that is making this crisis even worse. My constituent contacted me about her father, who was driven to suicide over a decade of seeking compensation for dental work that left him in severe agony. Despite being awarded a record compensation sum, he never received a penny. The dentist who carried out the surgery was registered with the General Dental Council, which requires all dentists, both NHS and private, to have professional indemnity to be a member. However, it turned out the dentist did not have full cover. Instead, the dentist was only covered via her membership of the Dental Defence Union. Organisations like the Dental Defence Union are not insurance companies, but they offer professional indemnity on a discretionary basis against the risk of dental neglect claims and professional conduct proceedings. This means that successful compensation claims by patients are not guaranteed to be paid out. Yet the General Dental Council currently accepts this as appropriate. But in my view, this is not appropriate, and in my constituency's view, this is not appropriate, especially where it led to such horrific experience for her late father. The Patterson inquiry has recommended that the government should, as a matter of urgency, reform the current regulation of indemnity products for healthcare professionals. In 2018, the government launched a consultation on indemnity cover for healthcare professionals, including dentists. However, little progress has come from this, despite the majority of stakeholders arguing against discretionary indemnity. Now, I've written to the Secretary of State highlighting calls for the government to outlaw discretionary indemnity options for what is considered appropriate cover for practising as a dentist, and I'm yet to receive a response. Therefore, I would welcome the Minister to meet with myself and my constituents on this matter and to also respond to the consultation. Now, as I'm sure we all know, the Horizon scandal was a terrifying injustice. But in its own way, this situation that I'm also speaking about is also a scandal. People, for no fault of their own, are being denied huge amounts of compensation that they are legally entitled to. There is nothing in place that will stop what has happened to my constituent's father from happening to many more people. I do hope it doesn't. But that is the reality. The government has a duty to ensure this safeguarding for patients and dentists is addressed. To exacerbate the problem, most patients and professionals don't even know that their discretionary indemnity arrangement could still leave them out of pocket. So I ask, when is the government going to bring about change, or are they just incapable?
In my constituency, if you look now, 11 dentists have updated their data. 7 are not accepting adults. 9 are not accepting anyone. But the reality is, if you phone around, none of them on that list are accepting people. The situation is so bad, of course, in Sussex, that the ICB has taken matters into its own hands. Ignoring the NHS portal, which it says doesn't work, they produce lists every month of dentists that will do drop-ins. For the whole of Sussex, we have 2 in Hastings, hopefully soon to be Labour, with our fantastic candidate Helena over there. We have 2 in Hove and 1 in Brighton Pavilion. None in Worthing, Worthing West or Worthing East, where they're soon hopefully to get some Labour MPs, or in Crawley, or in Bexhill and Battle, or Lewis, or Eastbourne, or Mid-Sussex, or Chichester, all of which are marginal constituencies in the next election. You would have thought the government would be more on it with making sure constituencies that they're about to lose have dentists that they can see, but no, they haven't. And the ICB say what happens is they can't find dentists to voluntarily, because that's what it is, all they can do is beg and plead to voluntarily take extra patients, because the contract is not correct, but doesn't work. But also, many of the dentists say that they don't want or they can't update the online system. They say when they do update the online system, because other dentists around don't update the online system, they get flooded and all their places get taken. So dentists don't update the system properly. And when you ask why they're not updating the system as well, they say it doesn't provide enough granularity. You can either say whether you accept children, yes or no, adults, yes or no. You can't say whether you are taking local people, whether you are prioritising other requirements. So they prefer to operate a system where you've got to ring around. Well, that's no good. That's no good for Carolyn Bain, my constituent, who rang around all the lists of Worthing, Eastbourne, and in the end had to go to London for her dental treatment. And what she was told is that the dentists do not want to update this system because they are afraid of that effect. When I've asked the ICB, they change the names all so often on these bloody things, don't they? On these darn things, don't they? That I can't remember the name. No one can. But that they say it means that it inhibits the information to constituents. What we need is a system like we have with doctors. Proper planning in catchment areas. We need the ICB to be able to say, this is the population in this area, this is what is needed. Of course, patients, just like with doctors, could be able to choose doctors that are out of area or they have connection with because they work in that area, not live in that area. But there needs to be proper planning. And there is no proper planning at the moment. That's why, of course, Labour's plans of more urgent appointments, better and more NHS training is really welcome. I hope the government will also look at dental schools. At the moment, there is no dental school in Sussex, in Hampshire, in Surrey or in Kent. None in the South East. There is London dental schools. That makes a huge difference to the ability to be able to train and recruit dentists, because we know a lot of people will end up staying around in the area that they have trained. I urge the Minister to look at establishing a new dental school in the South East, and we would of course love to have it in Brighton, but Hastings is also a good option as well, and I know that's something that our Hastings candidate will be pushing very hard. After the closure of the University of Brighton in Hastings, there is a need for a new university or medical school in Hastings, and that would be very much welcome. But we have also heard a lot of pledges from the government about their increase in dental hygienists. But this is a huge smokescreen, if you ask me. Under the NHS, you can only access a dental hygienist if you have been referred to them by a dentist. Now, yes, if you go private, you can pay to go directly. And my view is actually we should be encouraging people to go directly to dental hygienists, once a year to a dental hygienist, once a year to a dentist. There's no need really for a 6-monthly checkup to a dentist if you're also going to a hygienist. But at the moment, you cannot go to a hygienist unless you're referred as a Tier 2 form of treatment. So you can't do it on the initial checkup. That needs to change to be able to make these dental hygienists relevant. Otherwise, what they're actually talking about is recruiting a load of dental hygienists into the private sector that no NHS person will be able to see. And that is the same also with the list system as well. To me, it is absolutely madness that if you haven't seen a dentist for 6 months or a year, a dentist can throw you off their list. That would never happen with a doctor. We need to change the funding model so dentists are encouraged to keep you on their list if you've not seen them, that they get a bonus if you've seen them, but they get some reward for actually doing preventative treatment. And that preventative treatment might not be actually seeing you all the time. It might be educational resources. It might also be that they've sent you to a hygienist, for example, and the hygienist has reported no further action needed. All these things could be done, and the start of that education and preventative approach surely should be in our schools. That's why Labour is pledging to take action. That's why this country has been so let down by the government opposite.
Yeah.
Simon Lightwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak in today's debate on such an important topic. Last year, I launched my Save Wakefield Smile campaign to highlight the horrifying state of dentistry access across my constituency. I've had an avalanche of constituents contact me to share their heartbreaking experiences of trying to get an appointment in Wakefield. With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to briefly share 2 of those testimonials with the House. Anne is a 71-year-old pensioner entitled to free dental treatment and has been trying to get a dentist appointment now for 5 years. Anne told me she feels let down by this country. She says that she's worked all her life since she was 15, paid into the system for her entire career, and now has to decide on whether to heat her home or to get her teeth seen to. Steve says he's been waiting 2 years for an NHS dentist because he can't afford the estimated £5,000 it would cost to privately fix his teeth. He says the anguish he's experienced whilst waiting has severely impacted his mental health. Steve told me I barely leave the house. and too scared to change job because I worry that nobody wants to hire someone in desperate need of health care. Like Anne, Steve feels frustrated. He says he doesn't think it's too much to ask to receive the care he pays his contributions towards. These are just a handful of cases from my own constituency, but I know that up and down the country the story is the same. 9 out of 10 clinics in England do not have the capacity to take on new patients. Millions of our constituents simply cannot get an appointment, and this Tory government has failed every single one of them. Perhaps most shockingly of all, 1 in 10 of our constituents now feel they have no choice but to resort to their own DIY dentistry. Madam Deputy Speaker, what kind of country have we become? What sort of grim Dickensian dystopia has this shambolic Tory government presided over, where people are pulling out their own teeth with pliers over a sink? Colleagues will recall, I hope, my first ever Prime Minister's question in this place last year, where I pressed the Prime Minister on the national dental emergency. I looked the Prime Minister in the eye and I told him how 25% of 5-year-olds in Wakefield already have visible tooth decay. I told him how less than half of Wakefield's children managed to get an NHS dentist appointment in 2022. And I told him how a constituent of mine had telephoned every single dentist in Wakefield to desperately find an appointment while his daughter cried in pain from her teeth black with decay. But from the Prime Minister's reply and follow-up letter to my question, you'd honestly think he was living on a different planet. The Prime Minister boasted of the funding he's putting into NHS dentistry, boasted and the number of NHS dentists, boasted he'd made reforms to the NHS dental contract. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, the British Dental Association has stated that the Prime Minister's boastful claims may have been inaccurate. I fear he may have inadvertently misled the House as a result. Indeed, the British Dental Association have been clear that they believe the Prime Minister offered a grotesque misinterpretation of his work to address the crisis. Because the Prime Minister may have promised a dentistry recovery plan last year, but months later nothing has been published, and he has nothing to show for it. The Prime Minister may have admitted that he's running scared of a May election last week, but we on this side of the House could not be more ready to take our dentistry rescue plan to the British people. Labour will address the immediate crisis head-on by providing 700,000 more urgent dental appointments and recruiting new dentists to areas most in need. To treat the long-term challenges, Labour will reform the dentistry contract, which in its current form is no longer fit for purpose. And with a vital focus on prevention, Labour will introduce supervised toothbrushing in primary schools. Now, unlike the benches opposite, who I know had a soft spot for announcing economy-crashing, uncosted policies under the last Prime Minister, Labour's dentistry rescue plan is fully funded by abolishing the non-dom tax status. We have a credible, ambitious plan ready to go from day one of a desperately needed Labour government. The Prime Minister may be scared of an election, but when I speak to my constituents and hear how badly we need to fix our public services, I know where I stand. Bring it on.
Dame Angela Eagle.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for Wakefield, who made a superb speech. Now, I have childhood memories of much older relatives of mine who grew up before the NHS was created, having no teeth left at all because they had had them all extracted because it was cheaper. And I fear, I never thought we'd be in a situation where that might start to happen again, but I fear in some cases we're getting far too close to it with the situation that we have with our dental service at the moment. And as many honourable and right honourable members have pointed out in today's debate, this is not only serious for oral health, it has other health connotations as well. There are new medical insights which link oral hygiene with heart and lung health. And if we are neglecting oral hygiene to the extent that we are, and we've heard we are in today's debate, then this has huge implications for the health of future generations. Now, as Labour's motion sets out, today NHS Dentistry is in crisis and is approaching, if it hasn't already passed, breaking point. The people of the UK are paying the price, and the poorest are paying a much heavier price. The Nuffield Trust says that dentistry is at its most perilous point in its 75-year history. And in Wallasey, my constituents are living with the reality of this day today. As we've heard, a 7-year-old is more likely to be hospitalised for rotting teeth than any other medical issue. An astonishing statistic. And many people, including my constituents, are growing up in places where they simply cannot get access to dental care. If you're a child in Wallasey, there's only 2 dental surgeries that will take you as a new patient. And if you're an adult, not a single one is taking any new adult patients onto their books. In Wallasey, we've seen people kicked off existing lists without notice, often during the pandemic, with an excuse that they haven't visited the dentist in 2 years when they couldn't because the dentists were closed because of the pandemic. And they can't get access to another provider. There are care homes in my constituency where there is no access to dental treatment for those living in them. I have email after email from my constituents written to me in despair, in disbelief, and often in pain, all unable to get an appointment. NHS workers, an expectant mother, a retired firefighter, concerned parents, disabled people with declining health, all unable to see a dentist because of this terrible 14 years of Tory neglect. Last summer, Sarah wrote to me at her wit's end. She'd moved into my Wallasey constituency from Liverpool a few years ago with her partner, pleased to be closer to family as they prepared to welcome a baby. Despite their home being close to 4 different dentists, Sarah was unable to register at a surgery. Each one was not accepting new patients. None even had a waiting list she could join. She's now lost 1 molar and broken 3. She's tried and failed to get an emergency appointment numerous times, and she's had to call 111 in desperation. She's in constant pain, and she still has no access. Her little boy is now 4 years old and has never seen a dentist, despite his parents' best efforts. Dentists too are outraged. Annette, who is a local dentist, has a superb surgery. She's worked for the NHS her whole life, wrote to me last year in total despair. Her surgery's been working overtime to see NHS patients and to try to meet this unmet need, and even overperforming on their targets. But to get the NHS to care for local people who desperately need it. She was doing that, but it got to the stage where they weren't being paid for their NHS work due to errors and unexplained hold-ups in money. And she said just before Christmas, at the end of next year, I'll be a dentist for 50 years, always working in the NHS. I don't think I've ever known it in such a bad state, nor for the government to have so little care of the state it's in. She's overworked, she's undercompensated, she's exhausted and unable to keep up with demand, and she isn't being paid for the work that she's doing. It's a really terrible state of affairs. We've seen a picture of underspent ICB dental budgets and massive unmet need. It's obvious that those things demonstrate a system that simply is not working. And if the government really cared about this, it knows about this as well as we do. It's announced there's going to be a plan last April. We still haven't seen one. Where is the government's sense of urgency? The government cannot say that our plan to put NHS dentistry in working order won't work when they won't bring their own plan forward. They must get on with it and get on with it now. My Wallasey constituents are in pain and I expect that to be alleviated.
Yeah. Sarah Edwards.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Most of us get 2 sets of teeth in our lifetime. We learn with our milk teeth how to take care of them, and then as adults we must take care of the teeth that should see us through to the end of our days. Often overlooked, sadly, it is getting harder and harder to take care of our teeth. In my constituency of Tamworth, 7 dental surgeries have responded to a survey and revealed that 5 were not accepting any new adult patients. In 2022, the Local Government Association found that Tamworth was one of the most difficult places in the country to register for a dentist, with a striking ratio of 0.065 dentists per 1,000 people. Tamworth is growing. Many new houses are being built in the constituency, and it is consistently raised with me that there are no services to match the growth in population. This refers not only to schools and GP surgeries, but also to NHS dentistry. Tamworth's population has grown by nearly 3% between 2011 and 2021. We also know that tooth decay is now the most common reason that children between the ages of 6 and 10 are admitted to hospital, and is therefore no surprise that the Health and Social Care Select Committee report in 2023 branded the current contract not fit for purpose and described the state of the service as unacceptable in the 21st century. The current contract prioritises government aims over patient care. The government also did not fundamentally reform the contract when advised by the Health and Social Care Select Committee, so patients are left with inadequate provision and a lottery to the access and care. Last year, over 12 million people were unable to access dental care. That's more than 1 in 4 adults in England, and it's 3 times as many as before the pandemic. In times of crisis, more and more people are picking up the pliers and turning to NHS dentistry, with a poll from YouGov indicating that 1 in 10 attempted some form of the dangerous practice last year. Free healthcare at the point of access is a cornerstone of this country, pioneered by a Labour government. Yet recent Healthwatch polling shows that 1 in 10 people in England paid for private dental treatment in the last 12 months because they could not find an NHS dentist. This is having adverse effects on the detection of oral cancer. I campaigned against the privatisation of cancer care services in Staffordshire, and I am dismayed that one of the detection and diagnosis avenues is becoming, by stealth, privatised. Millions who cannot afford to go down this route are left without the help that they need. I share concerns raised by my colleagues that the government is rolling out a pilot in Cornwall where only children and the most vulnerable patients will be eligible for NHS treatment. The government have been ignoring all the symptoms of decay, and now NHS dentistry is in need of a root canal. It is not enough to wait for the tooth fairy to fix these problems. I support my Labour colleagues in calling for urgent reform. Like a cavity, we must repair the damage caused by this government. We need Labour's plan to create 700,000 more appointments a year. We need targeted recruitment schemes to fill the voids of decay left by a lack of strategy. We need reform to the dental contract. It is time to rescue the NHS dentistry from its crisis and get patients seen on time and smiling again. Thank you.
Alistair Stratham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a man with great fondness and enthusiasm for Iron Brew, and a habit, it has to be said, of throwing my body on the line on the football pitch to make up for a lack of skill that I've been blessed with, it'd be fair to say that over the years I've had to rely quite a few times on fantastic NHS dental care. But, like for far too many of my constituents, those positive experiences of NHS dentistry are exactly that, a thing of the past. We'll have all heard and seen recounted today stories of constituents who've struggled to access dentist care when they've needed it, and struggled to pay for private care in the absence of NHS provision in their area. Whether they've been struck off as a patient over time, or their NHS practice has gone completely private, our constituents are repeatedly paying the price for continued failure to stop the rot in dentist provision. Just in the last week, I've had constituents contacting me to express their frustration and challenge accessing routine dental appointments, with NHS dentists telling them they can only have emergency care. People forced to wait for things to get worse just so they can afford to be seen. Another has told me about the incredible cost they're now having to pay to drive simply to see an NHS dentist have been pushed further and further afield, and more practices near them have withdrawn eligibility. This simply shouldn't be acceptable, but shamefully, it's far too common. Last year, nearly 800 people across Bedfordshire were admitted to A&E for tooth issues. And in the year before, 165 children in central Bedfordshire presented at hospital requiring a tooth extraction. That's 165 young people who were hospitalised and had to go to hospital to receive treatment for something that should have been picked up months before. Across the country, nearly 5 million people were told when they last inquired that there was no appointment available to them, either because their practice wasn't taking more patients or was simply fully booked. This is a situation that sadly, under this government, has become endemic. And the heartbreaking thing is, it isn't a new issue. For quite some time now, colleagues right across the chamber have been sounding the alarm bell. But rather than working with professionals to bring about the changes needed, the government's ignored them, tweaking around the edges. And the effect? Continued decay in dentist provision right across the country. We're nearly a year on from the promised dental recovery plan that's still yet to be published. But right now, our dentists and our NHS dentists need immediate support to alleviate the pressures they're facing and their pain their patients are suffering. Shamefully, it's been created a situation where ICBs right across the country, as we've heard today and including my own, are struggling to make use of the money available to them because of the challenges under the current funding structure and current contract structure of bringing dentists into the NHS fold. That simply can't be acceptable to anyone in this room accepting there's a crisis and needs emergency action put right. And certainly, it needs a plan that's being brought forward with a fixed date and not at some unspecified point in the future. Because we need a government who's finally going to prioritise this issue, who's going to make sure we take the action needed to make sure residents have dentists available to them where they need it and put the service back on a footing for everyone across our constituencies. We need incentives for new dentists to work in areas where there's greatest need. We need 700,000 more urgent appointments for patients in need of things like fillings and root canals. And yes, we need supervised toothbrushing in schools for 3 to 5-year-olds, targeting some of the challenges at the root source. And I have to say, if members on the government benches have an issue with that, I dread to see what they're going to think of some of the things that are already happening in our schools around teaching cooking, physical education and hygiene. All of these have an important part in our school system, and when we're facing such a clear issue, as we're seeing in dental care for young people, it's shocking to think we sit on our hands and not do our bit to try and support them. Alongside all of this, as we've talked about today too, we need that fundamental reform of the NHS dentist contract to get the service back on a good footing. Together, we've got a plan, Mr Deputy Speaker, to get dentistry back on track. But I'd hope everyone in this House would agree. My constituents have already had to wait long enough just to have an MP who wanted to do this job. As the government drags out and out the date of an election, they shouldn't have to wait for a general election to see national change on this issue. So please, let's stop pushing back and back that strategy. Let's stop turning into infighting and being obsessed with who our next leader is going to be. And let's agree together today to put something right. Labour's got a plan to get the NHS dentistry back on track, and I hope members on all sides of this House can back it today.
Ashley Dalton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to rise to speak in this debate today, because the inability to access an NHS dentist is an issue plaguing my constituents. Tory Britain in 2024 is one where new NHS dentistry practices opening is national news, Mr Deputy Speaker, with reports of people queuing down high streets just for the chance to be seen. It's one where phoning NHS dentists to inquire about registering as a new patient is met with laughter down the phone. That's not hyperbole, that's not hearsay, that's what I heard when I tried to register my 88-year-old mother and me with a new NHS dentist. My dad doesn't need one because, as my honourable friend, the member for Wallasey, pointed out, he had his taken out for his 21st birthday because it was cheaper and easier. And it's shocking that we seem to be back in that situation today. It's easier to get your hands on Taylor Swift tickets in 2024 than it is to get an NHS dental appointments. And also, for the benefit of the Honourable Member for North Devon, who's no longer in her place, my constituency is a rural one, and it's a beauty. However, many of my constituents living in a rural constituency makes accessing vital services nothing short of stress-inducing. But I'd like, I think we can point out that the new Labour members for Selby and Ainsty and for Mid-Bedfordshire would point to the idea that people in rural communities do believe that Labour has got a grip on what your rural communities need. And I know that our colleagues, the candidate in Hexham, Joe Morris, and our candidate in Carlisle, Julie Mims, are also telling me that their local people and hopefully future constituents believe Labour has a grip on what is needed in rural communities. Because I know that when services aren't available in Burscough, in my constituency, it's not as simple as phoning the next practice down the road or the one just over from that. It means travelling to Skelmersdale, to Southport, to Liverpool. One of my constituents has contacted every practice in our constituency and beyond, from Ormskirk to Blackpool, and is unable to register anywhere as an NHS patient. That's 50 miles away. It's a 4-hour round trip by public transport. Another parent in my constituency has been unable to register either of their children, both of whom have additional needs, and they cannot get an NHS dentist. Another recent arrival to Skem can't register a single member of his family as NHS patients. And I took up this case with the ICB, as I'm sure the Honourable Member for Darlington, who is still in his place, will approve. And the ICB told me that the shocking truth is the government funding of NHS dentistry is only sufficient to enable around 50% of the population to access routine dental care.
That's the reality.
So where's the funding for the other half?
Yeah.
What are the other 50% of our constituents meant to do?
Subsidising nonsense.
So I will briefly.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. She is obviously in a different ICB to me, and I am not privy to the detail in respect of her ICB's underspend, but it would be wonderful to know if her ICB does in fact have an underspend.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way and leading to my next point quite conveniently, because the issue is that the ICB are actually bringing back more money than ever before from our dentists, and the local NHS dentist in Burscough is telling me that that is because they cannot recruit dentists or hygienists or other dental professionals in order to meet their targets. They would love to do it, they cannot. And the Honourable Member from Darlington also talked about choice in his speech. But it's no choice when the only choice you've got is private or nout. Yeah. And that's what my constituents are looking at. Yeah. And if only the problem stopped with dentistry. The inability to access a dentist and regular checkups leads to people having to visit their GP for knock-on health issues. Or they're in so much pain, they're forced to end up at an already stretched A&E. Under this government, we've arrived at a now dismal state of NHS dentistry services. A member of the public contacted Health Watch Lancashire recently, reporting that they're in so much pain that they're now feeling suicidal. The public know they can't trust the Tories with NHS dentistry, and the alternative with Labour is clear. Prevention is by far the most effective way to improve patient outcomes across the NHS, and there's no better way to prevent that than to educate. We've heard a Labour government will introduce supervised toothbrushing in schools for 3- to 5-year-olds, giving children the best chance to avoid tooth decay altogether. 700,000 more urgent appointments for the more serious treatments like fillings and root canals, and incentivising dentists to work in areas where they're needed most. This is music to the ears of residents in rural areas like mine. And even better than that, it is all paid for by ensuring that the people who make Britain their home pay their taxes here, abolishing the non-dom tax status once and for all. Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, toothache is nothing compared to the hurt of another 5 years of this government's inaction on dentistry. Yeah. It's time they called a general election to make way for a government with a plan to fix our nation's teeth.
Yeah. I'm afraid I have to reduce the time limit to 5 minutes for the last 4 speakers in order that we get the division as close to 4:30 as we possibly can. Sarah Dyke.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the British Dentistry Association recently said that the NHS Dentistry is facing access problems on an unprecedented scale. Those of us who live in rural areas, like my constituency of Somerton and Frome, will recognise the cavity of dental provision across rural Somerset. There simply isn't enough dentists. There is only one dentist delivering NHS services for every 1,773 people. Now, I've been in touch with dental surgeries right across my constituency, and none could provide, nor could they tell me of any NHS dentists in the area that are taking on new adult patients. Dentists can't signpost patients to an alternative service because it simply doesn't exist, causing residents anxiety and frustration. And Mr Deputy Speaker, this Conservative government have recognised that our NHS dentist services are rotting, but they don't know how to fix them. They are the ones who have underfunded our services and failed to reform NHS dental contracts. The government pledged to create an NHS dentist recovery plan back in April of last year, but it hasn't been published yet. And while they delay and allow problems to fester, my constituents in Somerton and Frome are suffering in dental agony. A constituent got in touch with me recently. They're 60 years old, work hard in their community. However, they haven't been able to see a dentist for years. They told me that they feel hopeless. They are in constant pain and no longer have the confidence to smile, to socialise, to work, or even go shopping. They are left isolated by this lack of provision, and unfortunately, this is becoming way too common, especially in rural areas. The shortage of dentists is a major issue that limits access to oral health care. This is especially so as it affects elderly residents who are at higher risk of dental decay and social isolation. There are specific challenges to rural dentistry provision, recruitment and retention. These need to be recognised because gaps in provision lead to gaps in teeth. Mr Deputy Speaker, this issue is also prevalent in South Cambridgeshire. There is a 100% refusal rate for new NHS dental patients in South Cambridgeshire. The lack of dental provision in rural areas is exacerbated by the fact that the East of England is one of the few regions in the country with no dental school to train new dentists. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to see specifically policies to address the lack of dentists in rural areas. Our communities are spread across a large geographical area, and if the one dental surgery that is left in a town, such as Somerton or Castle Carey in my constituency, can't take on new patients, residents are faced with major obstacles in order to access a dentist. I want to see mobile dentist hubs established to cater for rural communities who do not have dental provision. Now, Liberal Democrats are clear that reform to NHS dental service contracts are required to provide the incentive for dentists to continue to provide these services and ensure they're able to take on new patients. A more holistic approach to dental services is needed, one that emphasises preventative care, that understands that dental health is intrinsically linked to general health. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is possible to improve access to dental health in rural communities and bridge the gap to dental care, but we must provide dentists with the respect and funding they need and they deserve.
Keir Mather.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And before I begin my remarks, may I just make a comment as to how disheartened I am to see the government benches absolutely deserted in what is an absolutely crucial debate on the state of NHS dentistry. Nowhere could the picture of the dereliction of duty that the government has shown to our NHS dentistry be made more clear. But it is a pleasure to join so many Labour colleagues to speak in favour of the Leader of the Opposition's motion on dentistry, a part of our healthcare system that is in rapid decline and has been left to rot by the absent leadership of those who were formerly, until very recently, on the benches opposite. The number of active NHS dentists in England is at its lowest level in a decade. And in my maiden speech, I mentioned that one of my constituents too had resorted to pulling out one of her own daughter's teeth because dental provision is so poor in my constituency of Selby and Ainsty. Another constituent, a veteran, has been left without a dentist because armed forces personnel are removed from their home dentists upon joining and cannot find a practice that will let them register when they return. I must ask the government how they can find this acceptable that people who take the bold and brave decision to serve our country are left abandoned by an NHS dental system that is supposed to be there for them. Indeed, it has been documented that our country is now plagued by dental deserts. According to a report published last year by the Association of Dental Groups, only a third of adults and less than half of English children have access to an NHS dentist. 90% of dental practices now no longer accept NHS patients, leaving 4 million people without access to NHS dental care. In Selby and Ainsty, we have been left with just 9 dental practices offering NHS services. That is just 9, Mr Deputy Speaker, for a vast rural constituency that stretches from Doncaster in the south to Harrogate in the north and suffers fundamentally with issues like a lack of public transport in our rural areas. It is simply not good enough. And we did not get into this situation overnight. We have had 13 years, almost 14 years of mismanagement by the party opposite. A party that has shown a complete dereliction of duty to protect the health of the British people. The government's chronic underfunding of dental practices, with funding cut by a third in the last decade, has meant that patients are now being failed on an unprecedented scale. Now, the government and the minister have been quick to blame the dental contract, as well as the COVID-19 pandemic, for the crisis that dentistry currently faces. But the fact is that the government has had 13 years to revise that contract, to stabilise dentistry and make it fit for the future. And instead it has chosen to rest on its laurels and pursued muddled plans, allowing dentistry to crumble. The crisis that we have in our dental system can be traced back to one fundamental cause, and that is challenges to our workforce. Over the last decade, there has been a complete failure to forward plan about the workforce needs of our dentistry system in the future. We must be aware that any hope of recovery must be catalysed and underpinned by a comprehensive workforce plan that sets the NHS and dentistry up for a long-term, stable and productive future that serves the citizens of our country. And this brings me on to Labour's plan to revive NHS dentistry. Mr Deputy Speaker, it was Labour's plan 75 years ago that brought NHS dentistry into existence, and it will be Labour's plan that will save NHS dentistry from the perilous position that the party opposite has created. Our plan will give patients the care that they need and deserve. It will fund 700,000 more urgent appointments for things like fillings and root canals. We will incentivise new dentists to work in areas with the greatest need, tackling those dental deserts that are now so rife across our country. We will implement supervised toothbrushing in schools so that we can directly tackle these issues at their source. And in the long run, we will reform the dental contract so that we can rebuild the service so that NHS dentistry is truly there for all who need it. This is a powerful and comprehensive plan that will give dentistry the staff, equipment and modern technology that it needs to get patients seen on time and help thousands of people across my constituency of Selby and Ainsty who are in such desperate need of the dental care that fundamentally they deserve as British citizens. Thank you.
Alex Sobel.
Thank
you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Access to dental care in West Yorkshire is a problem that cannot be ignored. Dental care is a fundamental right, and its absence has far-reaching consequences of health for our whole community. There are currently no dentists that accept new NHS patients in the whole of Leeds, with waiting lists lasting years. Only recently, a dentist in my constituency in the rural market town of Otley withdrew from the NHS scheme, citing a chronic lack of investment. Manor Square has been a reliable provider of NHS dentistry to the local community for many years. Intergenerational communities of families have been to that same dental practice, receiving NHS care for many decades, and now cannot receive NHS care there. Its withdrawal from the scheme has affected 15,000 patients, but it also raises serious questions about the future availability of affordable dental care in the whole area. One constituent was paying around £45 for 2 annual checkups to the practice, with their children receiving free dental care. Under the new private dental plan that the surgery brought in, the cost would be £640, clearly unaffordable for so many families in Otley and my constituency. And it's against rising costs for families across the board. The decision appears to be yet another symptom of the chronic underfunding and neglect faced by the NHS. Oral health is an integral part of our overall well-being, and neglecting it can lead to serious health issues down the line. The withdrawal of NHS dental care not only affects individuals, but has a broader impact on our community's health infrastructure. The consequences are felt not just by those who currently need dental services, by all of us who value a robust and comprehensive healthcare system. We need an urgent reform of dental care. We need to recognise its critical role in maintaining overall health. Our communities deserve access to quality and affordable dental services. The government has no clear plan, but Labour does, providing 700,000 additional appointments, providing education in our areas where dental health is most effective for children by implementing basic life skills of showing supervised toothbrushing, and reforming the dental contract, something the government has failed to do over the last 14 years. As many people have said in the debate, as many colleagues said in this debate, the workforce issues are the major ones. We've seen so many NHS dentists leave for private practice, and actually many leave the country as well for areas where dentistry is much more valued than by the government here in the UK. In conclusion, the lack of dental care in West Yorkshire is a serious concern that demands immediate attention. It's not just a matter of oral health, but a reflection of the broad challenges right across the NHS. That's why we should support the motion today. Thank you.
Yeah. Members who have taken part in this debate should make their way to the chamber now, as the wind-ups will begin after Mr Weston finishes his speech. Andrew Weston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. After 14 long years of Conservative government, our country is going backwards, and nothing demonstrates this better than the dire condition of NHS dentistry. What kind of country has this government allowed us to become when people are forced to pull out their own teeth with pliers because locating a dentist who is taking new patients is almost impossible? Talk about going backwards. The Conservatives are dragging us back to Victorian times. The lack of access to NHS dentistry is one of the most common issues raised with me by constituents in Stretford and Urmston. The most recent data available shows that only 4% of dental practices in my local authority area of Trafford are accepting new adult patients on the NHS. Moreover, the current NHS Find a Dentist website is badly out of date. If you search with a postcode from Old Trafford in my constituency, despite claims to the contrary, none of the top 5 results are actually accepting new patients. My constituents tell me they waste time they don't have calling round surgeries because of this, only to be left desperate and disappointed. And for those lucky few who can find a dentist, The wait times for treatment are simply unacceptable. As of September last year, Mr Deputy Speaker, there were almost 2,000 patients waiting for oral surgery in my local authority area of Trafford, with the majority waiting far longer than the NHS 18-week target for treatment. Behind these numbers, of course, are people enduring months of pain, distress and misery. In many cases, their ability to work or learn is affected. They can't sleep. They can't even enjoy the basics in life like food and drink, or feeling confident enough to go out with friends and family socially. That is the impact. That is the devastation that this is causing up and down the country. While no one doubts the challenges the pandemic caused for NHS dentistry, the truth is that a lack of funding and a failure to reform in the preceding decade left NHS dentistry uniquely exposed to the impact of the virus. Between 2010, 2011 and 2021-22, total funding for dental services in England fell by 8%, leaving budgets that have been unable to keep up with inflation or population growth. While many members opposite have been quick today to complain about the dental contract, their party has been somewhat slower when it comes to actually doing anything about it. Indeed, it took 12 years for them to make what many have widely said have been minor tweaks to the contract, tweaks that were criticised when they came forward last year by the BDA, who said that their implementation would make little meaningful difference. The Prime Minister pledged to restore NHS dentistry during his leadership campaign, but over a year later, we know that a pledge from this Prime Minister is the kiss of death for whatever service it is that he is highlighting. And lo and behold, his dental recovery plan, promised last April, is still nowhere to be seen. But by contrast, it is Labour who has a plan, and it won't take us 14 years to deliver it. We will take immediate action to provide 700,000 more urgent appointments, new incentives for new dentists to work in areas with the greatest need, supervised toothbrushing in schools for 3 to 5-year-olds, and reform of the dental contract to rebuild the service in the long run. This is the type of ambition needed to address the scale of this enormous crisis, and it is an ambition that will have the funding it needs to become reality. Politics is about choices, Mr Deputy Speaker, and on this side of the House, we choose NHS dentistry, ending the misery, the wait and the pain for so many, over tax breaks for the super-rich. Mr Deputy Speaker, this should be a no contest, and I urge all members, including those on the other side of the House, to support the substantive motion today.
Speaker Gill.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to start by expressing my thanks to members across the House for their many powerful contributions this afternoon. The member for Stockport, Weaver Vale, Wakefield, Birmingham, Erdington, City of Durham, Easington, Leeds, North West, Selby and Ainsley, West Lancashire, Tamworth, Mid Bedfordshire, Lewisham East, who spoke forcefully about the struggles of their constituents to find an NHS dentist. This is far too common, as we've heard today. My constituent contacted me recently, whose daughter was told she would have to wait 4 years for an appointment to getting braces. She's 13 now and would be 18 by the time she's seen. That just isn't acceptable. No. Let me also thank my honourable friend for Bradford South, Sheffield Brightside and Hillsborough, Brighton, Kempton, Stretford and Umston, and Kingston upon Hull West and Hessel for raising the issue of DIY dentistry. Recent polling has found around 1 in 10 adults have attempted some form of DIY dentistry. No one should be forced to pull out their own teeth with pliers. That's Victorian healthcare in Britain in 2024. The British Dental Association survey found over half of dentists in England have reduced their NHS commitment in the past few years, and almost half are considering either a change of career, early retirement or turning fully private. I hope this is a wake-up call for ministers. All of this paints a bleak picture, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Nuffield Trust described it as a widespread crisis, bringing NHS dentistry to its most perilous point in its 75-year history. That is why we are debating this motion today. Without urgent action, we are looking at the end of NHS dentistry as we know it. 17 months ago, while he was losing a leadership election to the Right Honourable Member for South West Norfolk, the Prime Minister pledged to restore NHS dentistry. I thought the Prime Minister might have learnt his lesson about 5-point pledge cards by now, but I would like to remind the House what he promised. A promise of ring-fencing funding, frontline retention, strengthening prevention and contract reform. Yet hardly any of it has been delivered. There are less NHS dentists now than when he took charge, doing less NHS work. There's been no national rollout of a supervised toothbrushing scheme to promote healthy habits among children, despite cavities being the top reason that they are admitted to hospital. And as the Health Select Committee has said, changes to the dental contract constitute tweaks rather than anything close to reform. And the recovery plan, promised in April last year, is nowhere to be seen. The government's one big idea so far has been to tweak the dental activity contract, allowing practices to deliver 10% more NHS work. But listening to today's debate, I don't think that a fraction of practices upping their workload by 10% is actually going to cut it. Talk about toothless, and it certainly won't without the money to fund it. We have heard some very laboured explanations from the Secretary of State about how local dentistry budgets can simultaneously be ring-fenced, yet ICBs have been told they can raid those same budgets to balance their bottom lines. So let me raise a specific example. Last week it was reported that one integrated care board in the West Midlands has instructed practices that they will no longer receive funding to deliver the extra 10% of NHS work that was actually promised. Labour's candidate in Newcastle under Lyme, Adam Joji, told me people were already struggling to access basic dentistry as many dentists are not accepting new patients. The role of the ICBs is supposed to improve access locally, better integrate services and address inequalities. And for one practice in Birmingham, it means that from next month, money will run out for them to see NHS patients for the rest of the financial year. This U-turn means dentists that want to do more NHS work just simply can't. That is bonkers. But it's not just the West Midlands. Across the country, there are more examples of care boards cutting back funding for dentistry. 8 out of 10 practices aren't taking on new NHS patients, and people are not just pulling their own hair out, but their own teeth because they can't get an appointment. One local dentist in Birmingham said, the system is on the verge of collapse, and the only stakeholder that will eventually lose out is the patient. That's not restoring NHS dentistry, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That, to me, is another broken promise. Does the Minister know how many other ICBs are withdrawing funding? Have they even made an assessment of the impact that this U-turn will have on thousands of people who cannot get an appointment with an NHS dentist? And do they know how much scheduled dental activity will be lost under ICB's revised financial plans? As we've heard today, the consequences for patients are shocking, particularly for children and the most vulnerable. Tooth decay is the #1 reason for hospital admissions among children aged 6 to 10. Tens of thousands of children are left in pain for months, if not years, waiting for these procedures, facing difficulties learning, eating and sleeping. And it is particularly grim when you consider children from the most deprived areas are 3 times more likely to have hospital extractions than their peers. How can the government hope to level up opportunity for every child in Britain when some are in too much pain to actually even concentrate at school? 60,000 school days were lost to this last year. It is why part of our plan is to roll out a national supervised toothbrushing scheme targeting the most deprived 20% of children, embedding good habits, a recognition that prevention is better than cure. Yeah. And this will cost £9 million a year, which is dwarfed by the estimated £51 million it costs for child tooth extractions in hospital in the latest year. And we on this side of the House actually understand good economics, that dealing with issues early saves cases worsening and ending up in secondary care, which puts pressure on hospital and costs the taxpayer far more. So while the government has been rolling back its ambitions, we on this side will ramp them up. Our motion today proposes giving dental practices extra money to run urgent care programmes, to give people access to timely acute care that they simply cannot get right now. And we will fund an extra 700,000 urgent appointments a year from revenues generated by abolishing the non-dom tax status. Not only is this costed, it's deliverable, it's doable, because Dental practices have the capacity to deliver this. The issue is they don't have a government with a plan that gives them the certainty that they need. Our constituents need dental appointments far more than the wealthy need tax breaks. And I'm grateful to colleagues who have raised the issue of the current dental activity contract. They are right, it's no longer fit for purpose. And I think ministers know this, despite pledging to reform it 14 years ago, but have failed to clearly do so. Do they share my concern that without wider reform to tackle retention issues in NHS dentistry, recruitment alone will be like trying to fill a leaky bucket? And in the meantime, NHS dentistry is dying a slow death. I was shocked to read about a pilot in Cornwall that is now only seeing children and the most vulnerable on the NHS. At one practice, 4,500 patients were kicked off the books and told to either go private or find another dentist. This is what we can expect under 5 more years of the Conservatives. Dentistry for a few and everyone left to sink or swim. We on this House will never accept that. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is an issue that crosses party lines and is as desperate in many Conservative constituencies as it is in Labour ones. We've got very good data on dentistry practices that are self-reported whether they can take on new NHS patients. In Milton Keynes North, 12 out of 12 practices aren't accepting any new adult patients. In Bassett Law, 10 out of 10 surgeries aren't accepting new adult patients, and 7 in 10 aren't accepting anyone at all. In Louth and Horncastle, the Health Secretary's own constituency, not a single practice is accepting new adult patients. That's a big constituency, Mr Deputy Speaker. Imagine living on the coast, how far you would have to travel to get an appointment there. I apparently heard that it's about 21 miles to the nearest dentist. Is her message constituents to just get on their bike, or will she back our proposal for a targeted recruitment scheme to train up new dentists in left-behind areas today? The crisis in NHS dentistry is urgent and can't be ignored any longer. The government needs to drop the spin and accept the facts. In the short term, services need to be put on a sustainable footing, and in the long term, we need deeper reform to ensure everyone who needs an appointment can get one. I urge members across this House to do right by their constituents today and vote for Labour's motion to rescue NHS dentistry from further decay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, I welcome the chance to come to the House to hear from colleagues on the challenges of dentistry and access to dentistry, as well as on some of their constructive ideas for our recovery plan so that all our constituencies can get the healthcare they deserve at a time when systems are and continue to be, since the COVID pandemic, under huge pressure. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, the opposition was rather determined to debate dentistry today. I'm a little bit suspicious that it was because they're trying to pre-guess what the government's dentistry recovery plan would contain. But I'm as desperate as they are that we get on with it, and I can assure all colleagues across this House that I am working flat out on that. And in fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, when the Prime Minister asked me to take on this job in November, I leapt at the chance to improve our whole nation's health, and especially, as colleagues across the House will know, the possibility of preventing future ill health in babies and children. And it is the chance to change the future health for every baby and child that is the big opportunity here, and I'm proud of some of the measures already introduced to support supervised toothbrushing through the Start for Life programme and within local authorities. Now, I must just say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that in the opposition's proposal today, they're talking about supervised toothbrushing for 3 to 5-year-olds. Now, I don't know if they don't know this, but actually you have teeth from before you're born. So if you don't get your supervised toothbrushing until you're 3, at a minimum, your teeth are about 4.5 years old, and it's much more important to get that supervised toothbrushing in the family hub, to get education for parents, and to get supervised toothbrushing in nurseries. So let's say that's something we can all agree on. You certainly have your teeth long before you are 3. So I think our plan will be significantly better than that. Now, as my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, said in her opening remarks, recovering and reforming NHS dentistry is a top priority for the government. And that's why one of the first things I did as a new minister was to host a roundtable with key figures from across the dental sector to hear about the challenges they face, including with the Chief Dental Officer, Jason Wong, and dentists from right across the country. I've also met with colleagues from across the House to hear about the specific challenges in their constituencies, and I've heard heard them loud and clear, and every bit of feedback is informing our dentistry recovery plan. Now, I do want to set out some of the recovery that's already underway, not enough by any means, but good progress, and not the failure that the party opposite want to portray it as, but actually good recovery from a disastrous situation during COVID. So there have been 6.1 million more courses of treatment delivered in 22-23 than there were in 21-22. 7 out of 10 patients have had a good overall experience of dental services, according to surveys. Over 18 million adults were seen by an NHS dentist in the 24 months to June 23, which is an increase of 10% from the previous year. 6.4 million children were seen by an NHS dentist in the 12 months up to 30th of June, which is an increase of 800,000 when compared to the previous year. Nearly 1,400 more NHS dentists today are available in 22-23 than there were in 2010 and 11. And of course, our long-term workforce plan announced a 40% increase to dentistry training places. So that is incredibly important, and I do want to pay tribute to all our NHS staff who continue to work tirelessly to deliver vital dental care to those who need it most. Dental staff deserve our support, and that's why we are working flat out on both short and long-term solutions for recovery and reform of NHS dentistry. Now, colleagues have raised a number of points which I will seek to answer in turn. I can't deal with all of them. My apologies for that. The Honourable Member for Sheffield Brightside, as did a number of members opposite, raised the issue of tooth decay in children. Good oral hygiene right from the very beginning, even before those milk teeth come through, is absolutely crucial. I totally agree with her on that. She also praised community dental services, and I share her absolute gratitude to those who go out into care homes and work through hospitals and other community centres to help people with urgent care needs. My right honourable friend, the member for Winchester, who is the chair of the Health Select Committee, raised a number of incredibly helpful points. He asked specifically, do we plan NHS access for all? We certainly intend it for all who need it. He asks how we will realise it. He says we need to get NHS dentists back on side through our reforms, and he asked about the dental workforce, and he's absolutely right to raise all of those issues, which will all be dealt with in our recovery plan. My honourable friend, the member for St Ives, is a huge campaigner for his area's needs. He and I have met on a number of times already to talk about dentistry, and he's right to highlight some areas are struggling more than others because of under-delivery on NHS contracts on the one hand and insufficient NHS contracts on the other. I'm prioritising measures to tackle both. The Honourable Member for Stockport talked about the UDA rate and saying that it was just too low, and I do have a lot of sympathy for that, but he will equally appreciate that in the 22 reforms that it did ensure that dentists would be paid more for complex treatment. My honourable friend for Totnes rightly challenges Labour. It's their own opposition day, but they have no real plan. They're talking about lots more appointments. They don't say how they're going to deliver it. They talk about raising the money from non-doms, but they've spent that money many times over. They plan to supervise toothbrushing for 3-year-olds, but obviously that's too little too late. Nevertheless, the Honourable Member for Weaver Vale raised the issue of access to dentists, and he's right to do so. That is a absolutely key challenge for everybody across the country, and it is right to say that there isn't a clear pattern that there is deprivation that goes hand in hand with poor access to dentistry. If anything, it is that the worst access to dentistry is in coastal areas, and it's something we're looking at very carefully and closely to try and improve right across the country. The Honourable Member for Brighton Kemp Town pointed out the fact that his ICB is supporting drop-ins and promoting wherever there is availability for patients. That's exactly what ICB should be doing. That's brilliant news. I appreciate his points about the difficulty dentists find with updating the NHS website. If he wants to take that up with me separately, I'm very happy to look into that on his behalf. And likewise, the Honourable Member for Lewisham East raised an important case about dental insurance. reassurance, if she'd like to write to me, I'm happy to take that up on her behalf. In particular, my honourable friend, the member for Congleton, talked about the workforce plan and training. So important. We are going to be looking at many ways to increase access, both by enabling dental therapists and hygienists to work to the extent of their licence, but also to get far more on the overseas registered dentists to try and improve the put-through of those so that they can start working, and going particularly into those areas that are least well served. And my honourable friend, the member for Darlington, highlights the problem with NHS dentists returning their contracts to work privately. He's right, we need to work on that. He raised some great thoughts about a dental school at Teesside University, the importance of graduate dentists working in the NHS, and of course the importance of looking at mobile dentistry, all of which are absolutely crucial ideas. And my honourable friend, the member for North Devon, talked about long distances and the problem with getting dentists into more rural areas. And she also raised the fact about toothbrushing and prevention is so crucial. So there have been some great contributions from members right across the House, for which I am very grateful. And I can say that it has been one of the most challenging subjects as a new minister in my portfolio, and it's something I'm determined to address. Now, as my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has outlined, we are investing £3 billion a year in dentistry, and what we need to do is to ensure that every penny is spent properly and delivers the best results. But the honest truth is, Mr Deputy Speaker, that to recover from COVID, where hardly anyone saw a dentist, whether private or NHS, money will not be the silver bullet and a quick funding fix to solve all of the backlog and deliver on our ambition that everyone who needs an NHS dentist should be able to access one. So we're working on both short-term recovery and long-term system reform, supported by the profession. And we'll be fixing some of the fundamental flaws in patient access and health inequalities which have been highlighted and exacerbated by the pandemic, many of which have been raised in the chamber today. We've made good progress in dentistry, particularly through the 2022 reforms, and can be proud of improvements achieved to date. And again, I sincerely thank all those dental staff for their hard work and commitment to recovery. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, having been on the receiving end of in due course for many years myself, colleagues will realise I'm chomping at the bit to reveal more about our dentistry recovery plan. I need to ask them all to be patient just a little while longer, but I will change the line about when to expect it from shortly to very shortly. Thank you.
I'll be putting the main opposition motion first, not the amendment. The original question was as on the order paper, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the original words stand part of the question. And let me say aye. Aye. No. No. Vision. Clear the lobby. The original question was as on the order paper, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the original words stand part of the question. Many of those say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The tellers for the aye, Samantha Dixon, Tonia Antoniazzi. The tellers for the noes, Mike Wood and Suzanne Webb. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 191. The noes to the left, 299.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 191. The noes to the left, 299. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. The question is that the proposed words be there added. As many of that have been say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I declare the question as amended to be agreed to. We now come to the second opposition day